My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find
Hello, welcome to Black Lake Quidditch. My name is Cleet, and I'm joined here by Daddy Hog. We will be
Welcome,
going through
welcome.
today's matches. Hog, say hello to everyone.
Hello, how you doing? It's a
Good,
beautiful
good,
day here for
good.
some Quidditch.
Now, Hog, this is the tournament of houses, so I do want to start off with I am going to put my stake in Gryffindor. I'm a Gryffindor through and through. That's who I'm pulling for here, and I am not going to be shy about that. Sorry. How about you? What house are you in,
Uh,
Hog?
I am in Ravenclaw, and if I know anything about Ravenclaw, they will always pull the most strategic ways to win.
That is fair and great segue. I don't even think intentional because our first match is going to be between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. So I do want to get our teams here pulled up so that we can give some recognition to who will be playing. Um, as we get that pulled up here,
Now, I do know a couple of the players on both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw.
you go for it. Go ahead and give me some rundowns of what you know about these two teams while I get the full list up. I apologize for not having that up already.
So, depending on who they play for Gryffindor, will be a tough call. I mean, they have Count Tails on their team. They have Laggy Lestrange, who is a pretty good beater. She's been able to come through in some clutch moments. I do have Ilmage, which will be a very tough contender for Ravenclaw to actually compete with his chaser plays.
Absolutely.
And yes, they are. Now in Ravenclaw, though, they do have Melanor, which will be he's always been a competitor with Laggy. They've always had a thing for each other with Melanor mainly playing, that seeker.
Absolutely. All right, and I do see we are mid-game now, so we are going to pop into this game. We are just before the 5-minute mark here. 20-10 in favor of looks like Gryffindor at the moment. Don't be
No,
fooled by the
20-10 is by Ravenclaw.
I believe our graphic is incorrect there because we are getting Gryffindor perspective right now. So I believe they're at the 20-point mark right now as we pop in here.
That could be true. Yeah, I see what you mean. So we do
Yes, and
have
there is
and it looks like Gryffindor
Veneer.
did score again.
Yes, so Veneer for Gryffindor putting another goal through the post. That puts us to 30-10 in favor of Gryffindor again with that. The ball is out into the middle of the field now in possession of
We do
Ravenclaw.
we do see Disc Jockey, though. They are low. They have not
Oh,
started
disc jockey the
regenning yet.
seeker. Yes. Absolutely. And currently the ball is in possession of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is at the Gryffindor post right now, trying to make something happen, get a goal in there, but unable to as the Gryffindor team was in possession. There was a steal, is in Ravenclaw. Another steal, though, back to Gryffindor, and a pass to Ilmage, one of the chasers for Gryffindor, as they approach the Ravenclaw posts.
They were setting up for a lasso, but they could not get that off. Ravenclaw's pace was just completely stopped.
Absolutely. Ravenclaw still in possession as well, heading down the pitch. They are, looks like we got a loose ball. No, Ravenclaw does get the possession back, and they are going for that goal on Gryffindor, but no. Natty, the Gryffindor keeper, makes that stop and sends it back on out to Ilmage, who passes on up to Veneer. They're sending back to Natty. Looks like possibly some hero kick farming going on here as Gryffindor is in the lead with the snitch race right now as well. Ravenclaw just a bit behind. They do have just a little bit left of that meter before they have the catch. That will add 30 points to whoever does catch it. It is Disc Jockey for Gryffindor, putting it at 60-10 in favor of Gryffindor. All right, in this point of view now, we are looking at Melanor as a chaser, not in Melanor's normal seeker mode here. So chaser for Ravenclaw, still getting beat up just like a seeker would, though. They are not laying
And
off
she's knocked
Melanor.
out.
Melanor is out by Laggy the
Laggy
Split
is having a
Strange.
vendetta against Melanor with that. She was not letting her stay up.
Maybe Laggy is just used to
No.
seeing that name and used to going after it for the Seeker, so she sees it and she sees red. Just
Hmm.
kidding. They are great friends. I am aware of that. So,
We did see
currently ball
Melanor
in
in
possession
possession
of
though.
Melanor.
I did see a little flicker they were doing, but it was almost like a panic trying to make a goal. And that did not work out for them. Melanor
Awesome.
did steal it. She's in possession again, trying to go for that rebound. Can she get it off though? And she's not.
Oh,
Gryffindor's keeper is just solid today.
Natty is a wall and never an easy one to score on, and today is proving to be true. Still, she is not easy to score on at all. However, Ravenclaw does have possession of the quaffle again, trying to make something happen, get downfield, but Gryffindor does get the quaffle to head right back to their keeper post. Gryffindor is going in for another shot, but it's intercepted, it looks like, by the keeper, CompuGamer for Ravenclaw, who sends it on out to his chasers.
Now I versed CompuGamer actually last night, and them playing as keeper is a solid choice for Ravenclaw to have. Because
Awesome. Well, it paid off there for sure.
they did.
All
They
right,
did
we
have
see some
Veneer
blunder
if
action in the Quaffle game as well, causing some fumbles there, but Gryffindor does have possession of the Quaffle. No, they did just lose it.
26
And
did score.
26. I am not familiar with who 26 is, but congratulations, 6
I
on your
am
goal.
familiar. They are a solid chaser.
Fantastic.
They are very good with their complete rebounds of stealing and then immediately scoring right after.
And we definitely see some hero kick farming happening with the chasers and the keeper on the Gryffindor team. Natty is trying to do some damage to that Ravenclaw Seeker because the Ravenclaw Seeker currently is in the lead for that snitch race. As they close in.
That quaffle up.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to extend that Quaffle lead because T. Robbo, the Seeker for Ravenclaw, does make the catch, bringing this game now to a 60-50 game. 10-point difference with 30 seconds on the clock.
The man, the myth, the legend has brought it up to his first game.
Absolutely. This is a neck-and-neck game now. We've got a snitch catch each, and Quaffles are almost even. Ravenclaw just has to put one more on the board to tie up the game. However, they do, and they do have the quaffle in hand as they approach. But Natty makes the save. Wow, that
Gryffindor's 60-50.
Fantastic game from both teams there, of course, but Natty really proving to be such an incredible keeper there. That any goal that would have gotten past Natty would have tied this game up, but she did hold strong there, giving the victory there to Gryffindor.
That is true. I am, as Ravenclaw, a little bit disheartened, but at the same time, they almost brought that back right at the end. But Natty being that solid keeper that they are, there was no way that Ravenclaw was actually going to be able to tie it.
Absolutely, and it was close. They made a great effort. Ravenclaw should not be disheartened by any means. That was absolutely a phenomenal game between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw there. But yeah, the leader action is something else I definitely want to point out. We saw a lot of death happening, but really from both sides there was some aggression that we were seeing, and it made a difference in that snitch race ultimately. So again, very close game, dead even for snitch catches and almost even for quaffle goals. Yeah, great job for both teams on that round.
What I will say though is, as beater wise, I will say Laggy does have more of an upper edge as a beater. I mean, she was able to, cause a lot of chaos, almost a little bit more than Ravenclaw's beater.
Absolutely, and that is part of the beater's role, I would say, is causing that little bit of chaos there. It is ultimately disrupting the plays. So sometimes that's the quaffle play, sometimes that's the snitch. So having that balance is really important, and we could see it in this game that it was not just pressure on the seeker. There were fumbles being caused by the beater as well to disrupt that quaffle game, which is very important since this game came down to one single quaffle goal. So every quaffle counts in this situation for sure.
That is very true. Yeah, I know I did see from the compatibility on the Gryffindor side with their chasers, being able to, know when it was time to actually farm that power kick, not a hero kick, but power kick to actually be able to try and stop that snitch race.
Absolutely. And they were I was actually practicing with them last night and they were working on that last night as well to be able to use that for this game. And again, it seems to have paid off to some extent at least because it did pull out a victory here.
That is very true.
So going
Now,
into this now, um we are currently, it looks like queuing up, I believe. Yeah, we are still queuing up with both teams. This will still be Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor for this match, it looks like here. Um, Now, what adjustments do you see could be made on the part of I'm sorry, on the part of Ravenclaw here?
the part Ravenclaw is I did think T Robo did do a good job, but with Melanor being that star seeker they actually are, I feel like they should make that transition to keep more pressure on the snitch because that was where they were lacking in that first go round because it took so long to catch the snitch.
Gotcha. So this is the time when you would throw out a roster change ultimately to
I
switch
would
up
throw
the
out
gameplay style.
because T Robo, I played with him before, and they're a solid seeker, but they do have problems with always getting close to always getting bumped by the enemy seeker,
Gotcha. Okay, so
and
more of a survivability aspect to it.
yeah, it's more survivability because
Gotcha.
if they're running that meter thief and you get bumped, that's can be a game-ending bump right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they would do a change up. And knowing that Melanor does absolutely play Seeker and plays Seeker well, I could see them switching up something like that for sure here. Now, them going 1-1 on the Seeker race, that also makes me think they could really put up just a little bit more effort into the Quaffle game. So had they gotten just one more quaffle goal, it would have at least been a tie, and then they could send it into some type of overtime. But really, just either capitalizing on a double snitch catch or that one extra quaffle goal, I think really is the decision here. You know, which route are you going to focus on? I think the beater can play a big role in that as well as where to shift that energy.
That's very true. I mean, beaters, everyone always knows them for throwing bludgers to try and hit someone far away. But lately, a lot of beaters have been evolving to actually go and get hands on with the seeker around corners. With
Definitely, and
that
that's
10% hit just
mhm.
completely obliterates the snitch race for maybe 5-10 seconds.
Absolutely, absolutely, and then especially if you have your full, tackle tree, you know, your sticks in your tackle tree there,
Hmm.
that's taking even more percentage away from the snitch with the tackle from the beater too, so even more reason to justify that, especially when the race is close at the end there. It does let's see here,
It
we
does appear
loading
they are
in, it
getting
looks
ready to
like
start the next
possibly.
round, or they are starting it.
Yes, I believe we are in, match 2 for this, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw here. So
Oh,
we
what?
should be able to pull that up here. Oh, it's Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. My apologies. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff is the next game going on here.
It does look like
Gotcha.
that.
Understood. My apologies there. So we will be going into Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff for the next match here. I will go ahead and read off the names that are currently listed on the Hufflepuff. If we could pop back to their Hufflepuff screen here, just so I can pull their active players. Perfect. There we go. There
Disappear.
we go. Can you pop back to the Hufflepuff screen for me there?
Good old buddy, old pal. Jay. To the Hufflepuff screen, what their team is.
Perfect.
What their
Yeah,
lineup
yeah,
is that
yeah.
they're gonna be
You
playing
just have
with.
their lineup pulled up here that they were active. No, no,
They
sorry.
do
There's
on
yeah,
team
just
one.
that there. Yep.
They looks
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they
yeah.
have
Perfect. All right, so it looks like for the Hufflepuff team, we've got Pingu, N. Katie, Time Bomb, Cowboy Jackman, Green Black, and then I apologize, my eyesight is horrible. I cannot read the the name on the sixth person. Can you see that, Hog?
let's see, on the sixth person on the bottom.
No, the third from the bottom.
Third from the bottom. I cannot see that well. I am blind as a bat
My
today.
apologies. We'll get you the sixth teammate as soon as we
I
we
know it
do
says
have that.
potion in it, but if I had to guess, it's either because you have seven in there and you name Cowboy, Green Black, Katie, Pingu, Mr. Cleat. You pronounced that wrong. It's Pingu. That is a
Pingu.
meme from our time. And
I'm
it's
old,
Pingu.
man. I'm old.
That is a meme from our time and your time, sir. It is Pingu. It is.
It is.
That
Cool, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, perfect. We are gonna
if
flip
it was
back
a one
to.
match game, I think I'd be concerned.
I know. I was like, all right. Apparently. All right, cool. We are going to flip back here into the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match. We are at 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and it is dead even with Neo catching the snitch. He just made it 40-40 for this match so far.
Now, Neo is a solid switch up for the Gryffindor side for Seeker. I have been known for them to be very elusive when they play.
Absolutely, and I can assume that was the first snitch there. So it looks like Gryffindor got the first snitch catch, but Ravenclaw did step up the Quaffle game like we had talked about, and they put 40 points on the board within the first half of the game, with Gryffindor only getting one Quaffle goal in there, shifting focus to Seeker. So now, starting out at a tie game, 40-40, there is a slight lead to the Ravenclaws.
Ooh, Neo did get knocked out there, though, while you were talking. I apologize.
Yeah, no, please cut me off when stuff like that happens.
But
Yo,
it appears that one of their chasers actually disconnected. It's Harry actually disconnected on the Gryffindor side.
Oh, interesting. We will have to see what happens there. I'm not sure what they have as far as disconnect rulings. However, we will see if they continue to play. I believe it's been custom matches that they've been using, so he should be able to pop back in there, but it does depend on what's going on in the situation. In the meantime, they are going to keep playing, though, and it does look like we just had a saved goal from Veneer's chaser with a one-timer kick straight to the keeper. That did stop a goal from going in, keeping that score 40-40 at this time, which is 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on that clock.
Now, Harry did reconnect. I just saw that. And also, I did notice on the, what is it? Seeker, or not Seeker, Gryffindor side, if I'm not mistaken. They did switch from Natty to Count Tails.
They did. Yep, you are absolutely correct. Counttails is keeping for Gryffindor team, and 26 just putting a goal through for the Ravenclaw team. So sending it right past Counttails as we talked about them. Now making the score 50-40 in favor of Ravenclaw. They are also leading this snitch race. So Ravenclaw is coming back with a vendetta. They want this second match here, and they're trying to win it by quaffle, by snitch, or by any way, apparently.
And Gryffindor did just tie that up with Ilmage making that goal.
Yes, that does bring the Quaffle game back to even. However, the Ravenclaw team is clearly in the lead with the snitch. The Gryffindor team needs to stop this snitch catch. Otherwise, they are going to be 30 points behind, which is not impossible to come back from, but definitely not easy. So they should be putting pressure on the Seeker at this point in time.
That is very true. Now,
All right, and we are at the
Ravenclaw did
Ravenclaw
catch that. TP
perspective.
Robo actually did clutch that catch right there.
Yeah, so that does put Gryffindor into quite a predicament here. They have 48 seconds to score 3 Quaffle goals. Otherwise, they are not going to be able to take this game. That would just tie them even. At that point, they would still need another goal in overtime. And currently, Gryffindor is in possession of the Quaffle, heading on down towards the Ravenclaw post to try and get one of those 3 goals in.
And
And
Ilmage did
Ilmage
get that.
does it. He absolutely does. They still are 20 points behind, though, with only 23 seconds left on the clock. And with the refresh rate for the Quaffle coming back in, it is not looking great for them. I'm sure they will do their best effort, but Ravenclaw is hanging on to that Quaffle and not
Melnor does
giving
get
them the
possession from
chance.
a pass. She's going to try and go down just to seal that fate, and she does
She
with a
does.
90-60 score at the end. In the last 10 seconds, she made that goal.
Fantastic. That puts us at 90-60 for the final score. This one in favor of Ravenclaw, which I believe means we should be seeing a game 3 now between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Um, Fantastic job to both teams again there, but specifically Ravenclaw making those adjustments and coming back again with that vendetta, making sure that they took this to at least a game 3.
They did. I did see a very big improvement on Ravenclaw's Seeker side. I think Robo did change it up a little bit with how he ran. He was trying to stay away from their Seeker so that he would not get bumped as much.
Absolutely. And that survivability there really did pay off ultimately for him. But again, I have to give it. Unfortunately, we missed the beginning of this game, but I think the beginning of that game was very important for Ravenclaw because if they were able to score those 4 goals within the first minute, they were clearly putting some work in with their chasers. Now that change up as well from Natty to Count-Tails. Count-Tails, I know, is a great keeper. However, after seeing Natty's performance in game 1 and then seeing the Quaffle goals that went on the scoreboard for game 2, I would probably think if I were Gryffindor, it's time to maybe switch back to Natty on keeper, at least for this game here.
I would agree with that as well because Natty was that brick wall they needed. I mean, it was. I understand, both of them being great keepers. Maybe one of them needed a break or a breather, but that did, at the same time, also cost them that shutout victory that they could have had.
Absolutely. And there are more games to play regardless today, so everyone will get some playtime in there. And regardless, it doesn't necessarily have to do a specific skill, but potentially the matchup. The chasers that they were going against, certain keepers are better suited for certain chasers. And so this could just be that situation where Natty had a better read on these specific chasers. So I would definitely consider going back to her for that. Now, as far as the Seeker goes, we saw the switch from Disc Jockey to Neo, and I believe we
They
had
did.
a go ahead.
Gryffindor did have a roster change. They did bring back Natty, so I feel they're going to
Gotcha.
be going as hard as they can for that quaffle.
Yes, and it looks like actually as well, they are having Disc Jockey, I believe, come back as Seeker. So it looks like they may be taking um, that game one roster and heading right back into the match with it. It worked the first time, so they're bringing it on back out to try and make it happen again.
Now, seeing Natty back in that roster change gives me a little bit concern for Ravenclaw's side because
Definitely.
they were able to take. But we are back in, and it does appear that Ravenclaw does have the qualifier. They did lose it. Natty did get a hold of that, send it up to was it Worden actually got it now, and they
Yeah,
passed
we
it
are
up.
currently looking at a beater perspective as well. This is Laggy Lestrange, the Gryffindor beater there. and Hog and I's captain on in
She scares
another
me.
team as well. So we are very familiar with her play style here, and it is fun to see it from this perspective, not being on the team. Now, currently the Gryffindor team did put a Quaffle goal through, making it 10-0. I believe it was Ilmage. Was it Ilmage that got that?
It was LMH that
Ilmage.
got that.
Um, Fantastic. And currently, Ravenclaw is in possession of the Quaffle. They are trying to at least tie up the score now. Snitch race is pretty even, so it does look like they
But
are going to try and get that Quaffle goal
if
there.
you do notice, Leggy did just knock out Melanor. She has been hard focusing that chaser game while also sidetracking with seeker game.
Absolutely, and it did pay off there as well. It could have prevented that goal. Who knows? That could have gone in, but she got the hit there. Laggy is currently going across the field on a rampage,
She
bat
is
and
hunting.
bludgers flying.
Now we did have Ilmage did just score another goal for Gryffindor, making it 20-0.
All right, and we're going to flip over to Ravenclaw perspective here. This is Melanor playing Chaser again. We do see roster wise. Um, I believe they stuck the same as far as I can tell. CompuGamer there and T Rabo on Seeker. We do have a very low Seeker though for Gryffindor right now. Disc Jockey very, very low, and they are trying to capitalize on a kill there.
Warden did
Warden, though,
score again,
puts a
though.
goal in the background for Gryffindor, so they do have that 30-point snitch insurance now.
Now, if Ravenclaw wants to come back, they really need to get that snitch, but they also need to score at least 1 to 2 goals before that snitch is even caught. And with Gryffindor already up on the snitch race, that's going to be a very huge problem for Ravenclaw.
Absolutely. I would say this is definitely a time to try and get a kill on Disc Jockey, which is what they were doing. From what I could tell, he was definitely at low health there. But currently, Melanor going for a shot on goal and makes it right on past
I
Natty. First 10 points for Ravenclaw this match.
And they are up in the snitch race. It does appear that Gryffindor did lose a chunk of that. Maybe Disc Jockey actually might have gotten knocked out while we weren't looking.
Absolutely. Don't call it a comeback, though, as they are farming kicks currently. Gryffindor is trying to make sure that snitch catch does not happen for Ravenclaw. If it does, that will put them 10 points ahead of Gryffindor and clear that deficit.
I will say that both teams are solidly built. It's not too one sided. And Robo did make that catch.
Yes, we saw Veneer take a bludger and die at the hands of the beater, and we saw a catch as well on the side of Ravenclaw. So Ravenclaw does launch into the lead there. They are 10 points ahead of Gryffindor now with about half the game left, 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and they are Gryffindor is currently in possession of that quaffle.
It does appear so, and it looks like Ilmage did try to go for a score and couldn't make it. And Ravenclaw's keeper did actually prevent that from going in. I am shocked with how Ilmage plays that any keeper really is able to keep up with him.
Absolutely, one of the best chasers in the game for sure. Natty is just getting pounded right now from Quaffles. The Ravenclaw team continuously intercepting the kickoffs or the passes and going straight back to the post, but Natty is keeping it locked down and able to get it right on back out. But Ravenclaw again getting possession off of that kick. Ravenclaw is not letting it out of the Gryffindor post right now, and Smart Bean puts it through, making it 50-30 in favor of Ravenclaw.
Now, as we always say, Ravenclaws are cunning. The fact of a smart bean playing for Ravenclaw, that just proves it right there with that play that they did. They did do a fake out shot where they dodged one way and just stayed to the same goal.
Absolutely. No dumb beans on the Ravenclaw team, that is for sure. They are in possession of the Quaffle as well. It looks like they are trying to get their own type of snitch insurance now as they have pulled ahead by 20.
They do,
Currently, the score is 50-30.
and that snitch race is actually getting now 60-30. with Melnor making
60
a goal.
30. Ravenclaw just capitalized on that snitch insurance. So now with a 30-point lead, this snitch is very important for Gryffindor to catch. If Gryffindor does not catch this snitch, it is not looking good. They need to make sure that Disc Jockey gets that snitch in his hands and
Now Robo
relatively soon.
is weak. He is almost one hit
Disc
on
Jockey's
the
at half,
Ravenclaw
though, so
side.
we are clearly putting the pressure on the Seekers,
You do
as they
see that
should.
both beaters are swarming for that seeker kill, and Laggy is missing
Oh,
that hit after hit on the turns, which should be a very prime spot to actually get those hits off. But Gryffindor is ahead on Snitch Race as it gets closer and closer in the last minute.
absolutely. I think we definitely had some type of death or at least a tackle on the Ravenclaw Seeker that we didn't see because Gryffindor is now in the lead. Gryffindor has to get this snitch catch. And hey, if they can put a quaffle in the background, there it is. As I speak, Ilmage does exactly what I'm saying, puts that goal through. So now if they catch the snitch, it will make the game a win in favor of Gryffindor. Everything rides on this snitch right now for Gryffindor. Otherwise, Ravenclaw needs to prevent it, and they do. They got some good damage onto the Gryffindor Seeker, and that snitch meter dropped. Now T Ravo is in the lead for the snitch race, and he
And he
catches
does
it,
make that
sealing
catch.
the win for Ravenclaw. Whew.
No, Gryffindor is always heart in how they play. It's heart and strength that they have. But versing
Absolutely.
that strategic and cunning actions of the Ravenclaw house, versing heart and courage, it is very clear that that heart and courage has not paid off in this set of matches versing Ravenclaw and Gryffindor.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately comes down to the Seeker survivability or the Seeker pressure applied by Ravenclaw. They clearly did exactly what they needed to do to prevent Gryffindor from catching that snitch because had it happened, that would have been the end of the game, not in their favor. So they did a great job switching up their tactics there, and Gryffindor unfortunately just not able to capitalize on that snitch catch that they desperately needed there. Um, Again, though, great round of games there from both teams. Definitely not a wash at all. Plenty of back and forth between both of the teams there. So both should feel very proud about that performance there.
I do agree. Now, I did, something I've noticed, is when they switched to count tails and giving Natty that break, it almost seemed like Natty lost that fire that she had in that first game from that little break she had. Because she did let in a little more goals than she did in the first game.
And that's something I've talked about a few times when discussing Quidditch is momentum. That is huge in this game. Having that momentum when you capitalize on a win. That's why lineup changes are sometimes hard coming off of a win because it does sometimes stagnate. Sure, we'll go with that word. That momentum that is happening there. On the flip side, though, it can really throw off your opponent. So there's definitely pros and cons to doing something like that. But I think what you're pointing out could very well be one of the cons showing coming to fruition, which is the loss of momentum. Coming really hot off of that first game and then taking that break could have cooled down just a little too much.
That is very true. And I did notice that beater game with Laggy on Gryffindor actually being able to do that split focus, causing more of a drag out on Chaser as well as Seeker. Because she was focusing those chasers, chasing that quaffle, preventing that goal, but then immediately switching over that Seeker side and just immediately getting tackle after tackle, just hindering the Ravenclaw's progress.
Absolutely, yeah. Beater game is definitely not something to forget about. It is a very important part of that game, especially when you have a beater that is able to bounce between the chaser and seeker game like Laggy was there, and True and Mooney as well. I believe it was Mooney that was on the other
It was
team.
Mooney, yes.
Yeah, just being able to have that balance there, but definitely we saw it live from Laggy's camera specifically a few times where she was able to really capitalize on affecting not only the seeker game, which is where the beaters primarily focus in the grand scheme of things, but also on that chaser game and make some really big differences there.
It was very true. And I did just a little sneaky thing. I went around to each team before the tournament started, got a little bit of information on each one. They all said the
Yeah,
same thing, that all the teams look evenly balanced, which is great compared to how other tournaments have went.
Yeah,
All teams have
definitely.
good players, all teams have strong suits, and they're all evenly balanced. All houses are evenly balanced.
And I think that's what's going to make this tournament so interesting is we just saw a game or a match go to game three. Ultimately, I anticipate we may see some more game threes because there is such a balance between the teams. There isn't going to be as much of a steamroll, I don't think, for this type of tournament, which is definitely going to be much more entertaining, at least to watch. Um, I do
Now
believe. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I know Slytherin and Hufflepuff are in their game prep stage. They are getting ready.
Awesome. So we do have, yep, like you said, we've got the Slytherins and the Hufflepuffs coming up next. Just to pull off who is currently in their group chats here, obviously I am not exactly sure who all will be playing. But we've got the Hufflepuff group chat here with Cowboy Jackman, Green Black, I believe Green Black Cat is ultimately Katie Tox, Mad Love, and Katie, and Time Bomb. And then on our Slytherin team, we do have Shade, Beesman, Dementor, Life Size Midget, Luke Turner, Malacosis. And I believe those are all the gamer tags that I recognize there.
That
I
will be
apologize
interesting.
if I'm missing anybody. I do not have the full list there. But those are the players that we are going to see representing Slytherin House and Hufflepuff House. Now, Slytherin House, known for being a little bit more ambitious, a little bit more willing to go after their goals there. And ultimately, I think we could see that play out on the pitch as well, with potentially a little bit more of an aggressive play style. Whereas Hufflepuffs aren't necessarily known for their aggression as much. So I'm not saying that they don't have, they don't pack a punch. Trust me, I've met some Hufflepuffs that do pack quite a mighty punch. But we usually don't see it as outwardly expressed. So maybe that'll come across on the pitch too. Or maybe the pitch is where they have their chance to get their aggression out, and so they do.
Now I know with Hufflepuffs, they're always supposed to be that sweet, kind house. But secretly, I've always learned this from Hufflepuffs, is they may be sweet and kind on the surface, but they are the most diabolical house. They are always planning stuff. They always know how to destroy anyone that threatens to harm the house. And I think we may see that in this Quidditch game against Slytherin.
Absolutely. Now, I do believe if we have a little bit of downtime between things, we are going to try and get some people in here to chat about it, some of the players playing today and things like that as well. So while we do wait for the other teams to get ready and ready up here, we will start. Actually, let me check here. It does actually look like we may be readying up for Slytherin and Hufflepuff. So we are going to hold off on that. But our goal is to bring in some other voices today too, so that you're not stuck just listening to Hog and I all day.
Hey,
So we'll hear from some of the players.
you leave me out your mouth.
I
I
thought you were
will,
just going to say
I
you
will
leave.
pull.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I will pull the Will Smith of Quidditch. Okay. What, you have a problem with just being with a VTuber sitting over here chilling? Okay,
Um,
listen.
this is one of the first times I've had an actual interaction with an animated character that does talk back to me. The good news is I know your voice, so I just can picture, what I picture of you and not this anime figure.
Listen, Mr.
Um,
Man, I can throw on a voice changer. I can be a Karen if you want me to. Now, back to this as well. I do know on the Slytherin side, they have Dementor, who is a solid player. So is Life Size Midget has always been a flex between Chaser and Keeper. So it's a little bit curious what they're gonna if they're gonna have him, what they're gonna have him as.
yeah, absolutely. Uh,
Now, between Dementor and Malacosis, I've seen them play together. They are a solid team up, just the two of them alone.
Absolutely. I mean, two of the most known Quidditch players, again, which is, again, another common theme we're going to see here representing the houses, is some of the people who have been playing this game from the very beginning and have really perfected the craft that is playing Quidditch. So definitely some amazing matches that we're going to see here. Both
So,
the beater seeker and chaser keeper combos.
little insider information as I put my hand in my headphones. I am able to see that their lineup so far is going to be Cardi, Malacosis, Dementor, Shade, and what is that? Can I read one of them because I'm blind as a bat?
Telling you, I'm wearing glasses and I'm having a hard
Dude,
time reading these today.
I'm more blind than you. We don't talk about this.
We do have a
I'm a
full roster though. Actually,
I'm
let's
a
go this route.
figment of everyone's imagination. I'm just an anime character here. I don't have eyes. I don't have sight.
That is unfortunate. At least you do have a voice, though, and you can cast this game with me because I do believe they are entering the warm up phase. So we will see a match now between Hufflepuff and Slytherin here. Um, Now, as their warm up ends, we do have their full rosters available. So I'm going to go ahead and give some quick shout outs so that they are here. Slytherin roster here. We've got Groovy Games as the captain, Life Size Midget, Beesman, Cardi, Yane. I apologize if I mispronounce any of these. Shade, Luke Turner, Hatsuni, Malacosis, and Dementor. Hufflepuff, we've got Warbeard as captain with Mad Love, Green Black Cat, King Kuma, N. Katie, Cowboy Jackman, Time Bomb, dang it, I did it wrong. Katie
Ingu.
Tox and Franck.
Listen, if
We
Ping
are in the match already. My apologies there. We have 10 points on the board with 20 seconds in. Those 10 points, it looks like, are in favor of the Slytherin team. Slytherin has 10 points on Hufflepuff. Snitch Race pretty close, but I do see a slight lead to Hufflepuff there.
that is interesting within, those first 20 seconds, being able to get that goal. Because at the same time, that can always cause a discord for the Hufflepuffs seeing that goal so quickly.
Definitely. It feels good though, putting those points on the board right there in the beginning of the match. I unfortunately didn't see who made them, but I'm sure they felt great about it.
Now,
Currently, Slytherin does have the ball, and they are going for
it
another
appears that
goal,
there
and
is a
they do put it
disconnect.
through.
It does appear that there is like lag on both sides with the game.
That is
I have seen
unfortunately
a couple players just fly straight into the wall.
Gotcha. We will see if they do any type of reset here. I don't see any bloody helling, so it currently looks like they are just playing through here. Custom games does cause this type of issue every now and then, and by every now and then, I mean a lot of the time, unfortunately. But it is something that usually we can play through here, and it fix itself, which it looks like we are heading in that direction now. Currently, Slytherin does have possession of the Quaffle, but Time Bomb was able to make sure that did not go through and took the Quaffle right out of the Chaser's hands, passing it down to his team. But Slytherin does get possession of the ball again. We've got some one-timer defense happening, but Cardi for Slytherin does still have the Quaffle. Not able to capitalize on it, though, due to some defensive work there from the Chaser and Keeper of Hufflepuff. They are in possession of the ball.
They are, and with Hufflepuff coming down that field, they are setting up. And with with the Slytherin's keeper going so far out, I'm shocked they're able to save that.
Yes, but they are still Slytherin is in possession of that quaffle there. They're hanging out in their keeper area at the moment, possibly doing some kicking there on the Seeker as the Seekers are approaching a catch here. We've got a slight lead, I think, to the Hufflepuffs here. However, the Snitch race is neck and neck. Hufflepuff could really use the Snitch catches. They are currently 20 points behind. If Slytherin catches this, that'll make a 50-point difference, which Dementor does catch that Snitch and make it a 50-0 game right now in favor of the Slytherins.
That is true, and Dementor actually will make that just kind of demoralizes that Hufflepuff team. And with Cardi scoring again, making it 60-0, that can really dishearten,
Yeah,
the Hufflepuff team.
absolutely. Perspective wise, I do want to point out we are currently looking at the keeper for Slytherin. This is Shade. Slytherin currently 60-0 lead, as Hog was saying there, and they're in possession of the Quaffle down at the other end of the pitch. This is not looking great for Hufflepuff as Groovy Games puts another goal through now, making it 70-0. Slytherins overtaking the Hufflepuff team here. We do have half the game left though. So the 3 minute and 20-second mark, score 70-0 in favor of Slytherins with a about even snitch race, I would say, at the moment.
That is true. And if Hufflepuff can actually make that snitch catch and they can score those goals, that would be a solid comeback. But we did see Shay just knock out Katie, and Dementor did get knocked out.
Shade using that powerful kick to take someone out. However, unfortunately, right after, it did pull him away from being able to make a save. And Hufflepuff does put 10 points on the board. I believe that was Katie that put those points in. So it is 70-10 now with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
That
Hufflepuff
is
is in the lead with the snitch as well.
that is true, and I did see that Cowboy Jack actually did disconnect, and they are farming
Another
that hero
disconnect here.
kick. They did get that power kick off.
Absolutely, and now we will see that here. Time Bomb, the keeper for Hufflepuff team, currently shown here, guarding the hoops. And yes, as you said, trying to get those kicks on the Seeker. The keeper's kick can really make a difference in the Seeker race. So Time Bomb is trying to capitalize on those as Cardi approaches with the Quaffle. Party going up for the shot, passes to Malacosis, and Malacosis is able to put it through past Time Bomb there, making it an 80-10 game now in favor of Slytherin. Hufflepuffs do still have that lead in the snitch race. However, even if they catch it, they're still 40 points behind, so they really need to start putting some Quaffle goals on the board, or this game is going to go to the Slytherins. They are trying to do that right now as they are down at the other end. Cowboy Jackman making a pass over there to Malacosis, and it is not going to capitalize there, unfortunately, for them.
That is very true. And with it coming down to almost that last minute and 10 seconds, Hufflepuff needs to make that catch on the snitch and needs to make those goals just to be able to even tie the game or solidify it. But we do see Slytherin is in possession. Cowboy Jackman does have that quaffle and is going up.
A Hufflepuff, actually. Cowboy Jackman and
Oh, sorry,
Hufflepuff. But yeah,
Hufflepuff.
they are trying to make that comeback here. Only 53 seconds left, and they've got 70 points to get. Plus, are not winning that snitch race right now. So this, unfortunately, is not looking great for Hufflepuff. I don't want to give up on anyone, but it is not looking feasible at this point, especially with
Cardi
Cardi
did make that
putting
other goal.
another goal
Mm.
on, making that an 80-point difference now in this match with only 30 seconds left on the clock. This one is going to go to the Slytherin team here, but it is just game one, so the Hufflepuff team will just have to meet together there. I'm sure they'll have a little locker room powwow after this match. Maybe we'll see some roster changes and hopefully a comeback here, so that game
They
two.
did catch that snitch, making it 120-10, just doing that close to a shutout game as they can.
Absolutely. Dementor did want to end that game here with, well, the game should end
Well,
with
they did put a
120
score
points on the
lead, but they
board.
forgot to change the score lead in custom games.
Yeah, it sounds like a custom game issue there, but that does end the game for sure with the Slytherins having 120 points on the board, Hufflepuff having 10 from a Quaffle goal there.
Now,
So
Slytherin did
going,
pull their sneaky ways, as they always do,
they
to be
did,
able to
and
solidify that goal.
I think Hufflepuff just was not quite ready for it. I think they just were not braced for the impact that was heading their way. Um, so, going into this match two here with Hufflepuff versus Slytherin, it's tough to say that there's a specific aspect of the game for Hufflepuff to focus on. I think it's going to be more of just a mindset shift and possibly some roster changes here, because we saw them not really able to pull ahead in the Quaffle game or the Snitch game in that first match. So, hopefully, we do see quite a comeback here. Any thoughts from you on the match as a whole?
Now, the match as a whole, we have Dementor, who have seen play Beater, and since they switched to Seeker, they know those ins and outs of a Beater chasing them to avoid it. But with that, you almost have to play as an out of box or wild card Beater, like kind of how Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were. They were splitting their focus on Chaser and Seeker game, so the Seeker didn't know if the beater was behind them or where the beater was at any time. Now, chaser wise, I did notice with Hufflepuff they were pushing 3 up, leaving that 0 defense line for if Slytherin ever came back.
Hmm.
So that does cause a very big problem because yes, their keeper will be good, but even though they may be good, you still have to have that defense line for Quaffle game.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to sacrifice too much on defense, especially when it turns out that you did need that defense, which I think they're finding out now. And maybe that's an adjustment that they can make as well, is just hold back a little bit more on the chaser defense there, so that ultimately they can prevent some more of those quaffle goals from coming. Because even aside from the two snitch catches that that Dementor got, there were still 60 points from the Quaffle as well. So they definitely need a little bit of that chaser defense there. Personally, if I were Hufflepuff going into here, obviously not exactly knowing their teammate structure, their team dynamic, but putting some effort into the snitch may be the route to go here, just because that snitch is worth so many more points. So if they are able to catch both snitches, even that'll prevent or match, I should say, 6 points from the chasers, 6 goals, 60 points. Um, so it may be interesting to see them go a little bit harder on maybe the higher value points in this situation, since it does seem like they may have to make that decision to go after only one side of the game.
That is true. And if I'm not mistaken, looking at the lineup, they might have made a switch up because it doesn't appear Time Bomb is going to be on the Hufflepuff's team this time. It
Gotcha.
appears that they did do a swap out for that.
That would be a switch up in the keeper game, which does ultimately make sense, to swap out that keeper. Again, no offense to anyone in any position. These players are on these teams because they are the best of the best in their house. So every single person playing today is a great player of this game here. But seeing that switch could make sense here, as we saw quite a few quaffle goals go through. So maybe it's time to test out a different a different keeper in there, to see if they have better luck against the chasers that they are going against today. Um, yeah, so it will be interested to see if we do have any other roster changes as well, or if Slytherin, on the other hand, sticks with their normal roster. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. Maybe they keep their same roster and just go into game two with their game one players.
That is true. And I do have a question,
Yeah.
just for the fun part of it.
Oh, great. What?
I do have a DM from someone who would like to give a fresh eye on the
Oh,
Eve
absolutely.
if we're going to have a fresh
I
set of eyes.
definitely I was going to transition into bringing people in earlier, but I did see our games were starting, and I didn't want to be stuck or cutting someone short just because of that. But it does look like we are still waiting for the teams to line up there, so I'm more than happy with it. Let's bring someone in.
Let me see if I can get them in here. So the person who does want to be in here is, funny enough, one of our fellow team members, T
The
Dreams, who
anticipation is killing
was
everybody.
he
Ah,
T Dreams, so he was a sub for the Ravenclaws but never got put in.
gotcha. Awesome. So T Dreams is going to be hopping into the call here. He is a Ravenclaw team member there. And then, yes, as Hog mentioned, we have played many, many games with T
So
here.
so it's TEE, so two E's, and then hyphen DREAMZ instead of an S Z.
All right. And we are going to get him in here then. I believe he's in
Do
this
we
Discord
have the
too.
strength and the power to suck him in from Ravenclaw to the casting booth?
Is that where he is right now? Let's see.
That is, he's in Ravenclaw's VC. Do we have the power to suck him over to the meeting room?
Does not look like we do. Let's see here.
Jay, what do you say?
All right. And what are we
Jay
called here?
Jay is our produce and tech manager for the casting booth. So I summon T Dreams in the most demonic ritual I can as an anime figure. So we burn a waifu body pillow in a manga, and we
Well,
will
I'm just
summon
gonna
T
stop you
dreams.
now because T is already here, so we don't need to do
Oh.
It
any of that
worked.
stuff.
It worked. No, it's too late. I
Um,
already did it. It worked.
Oh my goodness gracious. How are we
welcome to
doing
the
today?
call, T. We are happy to have you in here. Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good today, man. I'm ready to play some Quidditch, ready to watch some Quidditch, ready to commentate, and all that fun stuff.
Awesome, awesome. So we are getting into a Hufflepuff versus Slytherin match. Going into this next round here. Any thoughts on the Hufflepuff Slytherin team? Want to give us? Have you been studying as an opponent on the Ravenclaw team?
Well, as a student of the game, it's pretty important to study rosters, all that fun stuff. Slytherin with a really good first game against Hufflepuff there. I still have a lot of high expectations for both teams, especially Hufflepuff. I think they're going to rebuttal. They're going to come back harder with this second game that we've got going. Um, Just a lot of star power all over the place for both of these rosters. It's like what you were saying, like with this tournament, like it's like the best of the best in every house is here. It's a pretty awesome thing to see.
Absolutely. All right, we are rounding into the game. Hang out with us, T. If you can see the screen as well, hopefully.
Yeah.
So feel free to throw in your thoughts as we go through this game with Hufflepuff versus Slytherin. Taking a look at the lineups here, I do see Time Bomb actually in the keeper position there, so it does look like they kept Time
Insult
Bomb
rank.
there. I am not seeing
You're not
changes
seeing a
on
lot with your eyes.
Slytherin. Yeah.
It's a good
All
thing
right, we are
Slytherin's gonna
getting
stick
into
to
this
it.
match now. So, kickoff is there. We are going to flip to Katie Tox, the beater perspective of this Hufflepuff team here today. Looks like the Quaffle is currently in possession of the Slytherins. No, I apologize. Katie, for the Hufflepuffs, did get the possession of the Quaffle there. On your screen, though, we are focusing on Beater Seeker game as Katie Tox, the beater, is chasing down Dementor, who got that double snitch catch last game. So Katie Tox is definitely going to want to do some damage to Dementor and try and prevent those catches this game.
That is very true. And like I said, when we were between games, I did say that Hufflepuff needs to have that split vision with Quaffle and Seeker. And I don't know how, but it appears that Katie heard my
Ooh,
voice through the whispers. We do have
Yes, and
Warbeard that just scored,
awesome goal
making it
for
10
Hufflepuff
0.
there.
yeah, that does put us at a 10-0 score in favor of Hufflepuff. So Hufflepuff coming out with the lead here. I'm sure that feels great after that last game there. And now is where the momentum happens. So you get that
Oh,
first goal and you
But
keep it
Gruby did come
going.
back with that fire against
Oof.
Warbeard's shot, making it
that
10
was
10.
quick.
She was not having that.
That was a
That
quick one.
was Slytherin said, no, 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 no. We are going to tie this game up immediately. I do not want to see that deficit. So we do have the tie game going now, and Snitch Race is honestly pretty close as well. So this is pretty even right now with a 5 minute and 23 minute mark or 23 second mark here.
We've got Katie putting a lot of good pressure on Dementor in this close snitch race right now.
It was
Yes,
very
and definitely
close.
needed. Yeah, it does look like Dementor is low health. We also see Green Black Cat, though, on very low health right now. The Seeker for Hufflepuff is about to go down, and they
And they
do go
do.
down. Someone is able to
That's
take them
tough.
out.
But
So
Katie
the
was able,
Snitch,
but
go for it.
they were able to knock out the Slytherin's beater.
Which is very
So
important
that
as
is a
well.
thing.
Unfortunately, with the death of their Seeker, that does take the snitch meter down quite a bit. And with
It
Life Size
does.
Midget putting another goal for Slytherin on the board, that now puts us at a 20-10 race, or sorry, 20-10 point total in favor of Slytherin there. And they are also in the lead with that snitch race, closing in on it. Dementor wants that 3 for 3 right now in this match series so far.
It's a really good goal for LSM there,
It
setting
was.
themselves up for that catch. Get a really
And you do gotta
commanding lead.
remember, just like in the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor games, Ravenclaw was behind but did catch up. Hufflepuff can pull that out of the hat, just like Ravenclaw did against Gryffindor. But it does appear that Slytherin
Absolutely.
is going to farm that power kick, just trying to hit the Seeker, but they did knock out Cowboy Jack, and Dementor did
Poor
make that snitch
Cowboy.
catch.
Yes, Cowboy Jackman taking the fall with that kick, but the catch coming in favor of Slytherin. So that puts us at 50-10 in favor of Slytherins right now. However, Hufflepuff, I see, did get that snitch find. So it does look like that the Seeker Green Black Cat for Hufflepuff got the snitch find, getting that extra percentage. However, Dementor's already starting to take over that lead, it seems.
That is very true. I do see the rubber banding on both sides. It's always a fun time in custom games.
Absolutely, but these players are pros. They're gonna play through it and make it work. Because unfortunately, it is something unavoidable at this point. Um, but luckily, not disrupting the game too much as Cowboy Jackman swoops in and gets a goal on Shade. We got to
Ooh.
watch that happen live. He just snuck right past him to put that through. Now they are 30 points in the lead, which is crucial because the snitch itself is worth 30 points.
Yeah, Green
Yeah, it
Black can
is.
pull off that catch. That's huge, man.
Absolutely. And I'd say right now they're about even, but Green Black probably has a little bit of a lead there based on the snitch meters. So if they can capitalize on that catch, that would tie the game up, but that is a little ways away. So in the meantime, we should see some quaffle action happening as it is in possession of the Slytherin team right now.
That is very true. But we've always seen that even though Dementor may be back on that snitch meter, they've always able to,
Ooh.
get farther and surpass Hufflepuffs.
Yes, and we did just see Green Black go down again, unfortunately,
It's
as the Seeker
tough.
for Hufflepuff. That took a huge chunk out of the snitch meter and is really not great for this Hufflepuff team in the sense that they really need those 30 points from the snitch. So at this point, they've got to prevent Dementor
Cowboy
from
did make
catching
that goal,
again.
though, making it 50-30.
That does close the gap a little bit, which is definitely great there. But if Slytherin gets that 30 points, it is going to be far and away. So they really need to capitalize on a Seeker death right now. Unfortunately, Katie Tox, the beater for Hufflepuff, who should primarily be the one putting the pressure on the Seeker, is also at low health. So Slytherin is definitely putting the beater pressure on to try
It
and
does
keep
look
their
like
Seeker protected.
Hufflepuff's beater is taking the beating instead of their Seeker, which is a great thing because it's protecting that Seeker from actually getting hit. So it does form that
Absolutely.
cushion that they need, but they
And I
need
do
to.
feel like when we switch to the Hufflepuff perspective, it's a lot of low health. So that aggression from the
That is
Slytherin
true.
team that we predicted looks like it came to fruition here for sure.
I do notice that Hufflepuff is trying to make that goal on Shade, but they can't. Mentor does make that catch.
Absolutely, Dementor making that catch, putting them at 80-30 in favor of the Slytherin team now, with 46 seconds left on the clock, 50 points needing to go on the board for Hufflepuff. Unfortunately, it does seem like this is going to be a Slytherin win again, I should say. Unfortunately for the Hufflepuffs, fortunately for the Slytherins. I think one
Yes,
big thing to point out is the importance of that snitch. Dementor caught every single snitch in this series,
that is
and
true.
that made a difference in their point totals.
Now I
It's a
have been
commanding
itching to
lead.
say this. Been
Say
itching
it.
severely to say this. No, I can't. It does appear that Slytherin is just closing the Chamber of Secrets, leaving Hufflepuff inside with the Basilisk.
Oh,
Dang, that
damn.
was deep.
It is
And that
deep,
does
but it is
officially
true. You
close
gotta
out
think
the
they just
match.
closed that Chamber of Secrets on 'em. They
Yeah.
did not leave any witnesses for that match.
I don't think any
No,
Hufflepuffs are speaking parcel tongue.
unfortunately. And there we
Those
see the
baked
snake
goods are not
Patronus.
gonna help them this time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to Slytherin. That was a phenomenal game. Hufflepuff, though, really did kick back in for that game, too, and they gave it their best, and they did put points on the board. Unfortunately, the snitch catches were not there for them, and that ultimately is what led to the outcome that we ended up with today. But yeah, the chasers for Hufflepuff there really did pick up the game in round two to try and offset that score some. It just unfortunately was not enough to go up against that strong Slytherin team.
Mm,
All right. Now, T, again, coming from the perspective of someone in this tournament, you just had the benefit of watching the players play. So, thoughts. Give us some thoughts here.
Well, I'm thinking that Slytherin's looking like a pretty tough team to beat, especially after their showing versus Hufflepuff. And that's not to discredit Hufflepuff at all, because they really showed some heart, some determination to get some points on the board, even when they're down by a lot. Like they're still putting shots on goal, doing all the important things that you should be on Chaser in the meantime. I would say maybe tighten up on Seeker game a little bit.
Mhm.
A lot of those snitch races could have been a lot more competitive had you maybe allocated your chasers to helping out. When you're going against a good Seeker like Dementor, you guys really need to lock in and do your thing.
Yeah, definitely. Dementor, one of the best seekers in the game for sure. Again,
Absolutely.
I'm going to say that a lot today, probably. And yeah, you need all the pressure from the full team. It is a team effort to take on a seeker like that, just to make sure that you are capitalizing on those kills and not allowing for the snitch catches. So yeah, Dementor coming in with those again, 4 for 4 in snitch catches so far in this tournament. Interested to see how that goes. And just to give us a little sneak peek of what is coming, I think next game, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I've got Slytherin versus Gryffindor coming up next. Or is it Hufflepuff?
that
I apologize. Hufflepuff versus
it's
Gryffindor
Gryffindor
coming
and
up
Hufflepuff.
next.
Both of those
You
will be pretty good matches either way.
Absolutely. So Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. These are the two teams that did just lose their match against their opposing team there. So T, being someone that plays for Ravenclaw, you saw your team play against Hufflepuff, and then I'm sorry, against Gryffindor, and then we just saw the Hufflepuffs play. What do we expect to see? What are you thinking we're going to get from that?
From Gryffindor?
Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. What are we going to see come
Oh,
out of that match?
I think there's going to be a lot of heavy beater action going on between KD, between Laggy, if that's the lineups that they're going to decide to run with. It's going to be pretty evenly matched on beater, I'd say. I'd say Chaser game is also, I'd say it's like damn near close to 50-50.
That is
Um,
true.
it's looking like I am getting pinged from my fellow Ravenclaws, so I hate to cut this short. Maybe when we're finished up with that, I can slide back in, but I
Sounds
do
good.
appreciate the chance to give my thoughts on this tournament, and I'm very
So
excited. Got the bandana on, the whole 9 yards, and I'm ready. So
go
good
use
luck,
that white
Awesome.
guys.
powder.
Best of luck to you and your team the rest of the time, T. We will talk to you later.
Of course, of course.
All right, so getting us set up then here for Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Let's pull up these rosters here. I'm just gonna read the full team roster. Let's give everyone the credit where it's due, whether they're playing on the field today or not. They've been a part of this team and practicing with them. So for the Hufflepuff roster, we do have Warbeard as the captain of this team with Mad Love Inspiration, Green Black Cat, King Kuma and Katie, Cowboy Jackman, Time Bomb. Say it for me, Hog, because I don't say it correctly.
Which
Ping,
one?
Ping,
If you can't say Pingu, then just say Newt Newt, and everyone will understand.
Pingu or Newt Newt. I'm gonna Google that after this is over.
If you look up the meme, he just says Newt Newt. That's all he says.
Perfect. And then the final two on that roster, Katie Tox and Franck. That is rounding out our Hufflepuff roster. The other team here is Gryffindor with Laggy Lestrange as the captain of that team with Ilmage, It's Harry, Veneer, Saffron, Big Disc, Natty, One Worden, Neo, and Counttails. So those are the rosters for the two teams that will be coming up next. That will be between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff here. It looks like teams are still getting ready. So if possible, can we pop into a quick break here before the next game starts? We will be back here soon to cover that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff match. So stay tuned, everyone, there.
Don't you stop talking yet. We're still working on the break. You late, good
Oh, my
sir.
apologies. Well, that's your
How
part.
dare
Your part
you?
now. You get to talk now. I'm done talking.
I
You
don't
talk.
have. Why do I have to talk? Okay.
You're good. All right. Well, we'll be right back.
For now you can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. When they say you will fall, you can reach nothing at all. Hide your tracks beneath the rind of a different frame of mind. Is that what you heard? Broken words in the dirt, yelling up into the sun. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. And when the light comes through, when that day isn't you, then it will be time for a new frame of mind. When all eyes are on you, you will know what to do, since you will have found your new frame of mind. When you lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, start out now. Another twist of the night. what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to this beautiful day on Quidditch. We have, for the lineup, we had Gryffindor and Ravenclaw first. That ended with a 2-1 when Ravenclaw's favor. We had Slytherin Hufflepuff, who was the next match in the tournament, went 2-0 in Slytherin's favor. Now we are going to be having Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff next. Cleet, what is your thoughts on the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff?
Yeah, well, the fun thing about this match is they both have something to prove. They both unfortunately did not come through with the win on their previous matches today. So they both are looking for proving their spot in this tournament. So I expect to see quite a bit from both teams as far as energy goes, and really I don't want to say aggression. That has a bit of a negative connotation there. But definitely they are going to be fighting to win this, I think, because again, for that loss in the first round, this is the fire underneath them to get them going. Hopefully,
That's true. I mean, we did have Gryffindor had solid, Seeker and Chaser abilities for that almost that even match against Ravenclaw. But with Hufflepuff and Slytherin, it was really almost fell one side on that Slytherin chase, on that Seeker chase. But I think Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, with them having something to prove, we'll see a lot of plays that we probably didn't see in the first matches that we saw.
yeah,
But as a rebuttal for that, Hufflepuff didn't have to deal with a lot of uh, theater pressure on the Chaser game, as they will have to deal with first in Gryffindor. Gryffindor has been very adequate at split focusing that Chaser and Seeker game.
yeah, absolutely. And that is just another obstacle to kind of tackle if you're not used to going up against that. And obviously, these teams have been playing for quite some time here. So it won't be any type of major surprise for them of what they're coming across. But I agree with you that if they were really not used to having those bludgers come from them when they're setting up the plays, doing their one-timer plays, or even just the passes, having Laggy come in there with that bludger can really disrupt that. Um, so yeah, definitely plan to see that for the Hufflepuff team, a new challenge for them to face there. Now, as far as the secret races go, Dementor obviously had a very dominating performance in the secret race for the Slytherins. In the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match, we saw a little bit more 1-for-1 on the snitch race there. So it will be interesting to see Gryffindor Seeker versus Hufflepuff Seeker now, to see if we get, again, maybe that 1-for-1 trade off on the snitch race, or if we do see one of the Seekers come out on top there.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Gryffindor did have was a disc jockey as their Seeker, correct?
They had Disc Jockey and Neo. I believe Disc Jockey played game 1 and 3, and Neo played game 2.
Now, those both are solid Seekers as they play, but Neo did, I noticed, get knocked out a few more times than disc jockey did. It could have been just switching to that role could have caused those rusty gears had to start turning again. Because I've always seen
Definitely.
Neo. He's always been playing chaser every time I've played or versed him. I've never really seen him as seeker. So seeing him come into that and kind of have those rusty gears from what he was playing,
Yeah,
It's
and
gonna be
Neo is a
interesting.
great seeker too. So I wouldn't honestly be surprised. Maybe they even start this lineup with Neo to kind of flip that up and make the change happen there too. Because yeah, as far as skill goes, it's absolutely there. Neo's a fantastic seeker. Disc Jockey is a great seeker as well. So I could see them really using that to their advantage, having two really solid seekers, being able to not just have one seeker play and be able to kind of throw that change up there.
That is
Um,
true, and they do have that accessibility with their attendance for this tournament. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, really only has that six stack that they really have. They don't really have any substitutes that they can throw in,
yeah.
so they can't really get those breaks, or one of those players can't really get those breaks that they actually need to catch their breath. And I will say, seeker wise, Hufflepuff isn't anything to sneeze at. I mean, they have a decent seeker with green black cat, but versing someone that is more acquainted with being a defensive and an aggressive seeker, and with Laggy being able to do that kind of like almost teleportation when she splits from
hmm
chaser to seeker, you cannot see where she is, can cause a very huge problem for Hufflepuff. But on the same play, you got the chaser game with Hufflepuff. Cowboy Jack seemed to almost kind of bring that strength for the chaser game. But versing, Worden and Ilmage, they will have a rough time because those two are just as good as with their defensive as their offense. They're pretty much a double-edged sword because if they feel too confident or too smooth with it, one little move can just slip up the whole entire game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's no room for error in some of these games. Again, just talking about the level of skill that we have on these teams right now. There is not necessarily that room for the error to happen. So, really tightening up in those loose areas, like you said, for sure important for these matches as we go into them.
Something else to think of, in Harry Potter with Quidditch, they had to worry about the Dementors when
hmm
Voldemort came around. Hufflepuff had to worry about a Dementor that they had a verse of their very own.
They sure did. And he's not going away either. He will be playing, I'm sure, more in this tournament as well.
And
So,
that
interesting to
Dementor is
see
going to
where
be
that streak
haunting
goes.
Ravenclaw after the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff game.
Yep, that will be the next one coming up here, which that will be interesting to see too, as the two winners of the previous matches there. So Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Obviously, Slytherin showed a pretty dominating performance in that first match against Hufflepuff. So going up against Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is also coming off of a win. So with that, it will be a bit of a head-to-head match between the two, and we could see again maybe a dominating performance by Slytherin, but maybe the Ravenclaws are able to put up that wall against the Slytherin team there.
I mean, Ravenclaw does have, those kind of sleeper agents that they can throw in. Like, you got Melanor, who would be a great competitor against a Mentor. 'Cause
Mhm.
they both are pretty much evenly matched as well for Seeker game. But, with Ravenclaw's Keeper, they were actually pretty pronounced on getting hits in the Seeker around the ring bins.
Absolutely. Um, awesome. My apologies. I am doing a little bit of gathering. We're definitely going to pull in some people from the other teams throughout the day today as well. So starting to get
No
that
gathering
list
for you. You're
together.
grounded.
What's that? Sorry. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, if anyone's around now, anyone listening who is on one of the teams, I did send a little DM out to our teams to let them know. Obviously, don't overrun us, please. We want to talk to some, but not everybody all at once. Um, but yeah, so teams listening out there, if you do want to have some representatives come in and talk about the matches today, the upcoming matches, definitely just let one of us know. You can DM me on Discord there, or just reach out to us. But love to get some other perspective, especially from the people who are playing today. Um, Speaking of, I guess we'll take this time here. Hog and I both are players of this game. Primarily Chaser on my end. Hog, would you say primarily Chaser or primarily? Yeah.
Listen, Hog here. All right, Hog on the Dumbledore's team gets
Oh,
thrown around everywhere.
perfect. We'll talk more about that later because we are going straight into the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match. This is game one of this round. So Gryffindor team versus Hufflepuff team at the moment. We are just about 15 seconds into the game so far. No scores on the board yet. However, it does look like possession is in the hands of Hufflepuff team. And
And
Cowboy
Hufflepuff did
Jackman,
come
chaser
through.
from the Hufflepuffs, is able to put the first 10 points on the board within the first 30 seconds of the game, making it 10-0 in favor of Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff really needed that lead there in order to get this momentum going. Again, coming off of a really tough game against Slytherin there, they are showing that they are able to come back and make a showing in this tournament here.
I did say that Cowboy Jackman was the chaser that can bring, uh, you know, that quaffle game to cause any kind of disruption. But we do have Ilmage did make that actual side goal for the Gryffindor team. I did see that he curved around to make that almost corner shot
We can
against
see where he's
Hufflepuff.
stationed right up there to take the ball right back from the keeper and put it through again.
He
He
was
was
not
just
having that.
hiding out there ready to make that steal and put it through, turning that 0 into a 20 in a matter of seconds. So now Gryffindor is in the lead 20-10, but Warbeard for the Hufflepuffs does have the quaffle stolen by Ilmage though, and Ilmage is going in and putting another one through. That is 3 goals from Ilmage within the past less than a minute. So we are now at 30-10 in favor of Gryffindor, and a lot of that credit has to go to Ilmage. We do see that he has bludgers coming at him. They are definitely noticing his importance on that team right now.
Now, we'll say with Ilmage making those 3 goals back to back, he saw that first goal from Cowboy and he's like, "We're not having this. We are going to show you that we are here to stay."
Absolutely, and they did. Currently, it does look like snitch race wise, Gryffindor is in the lead with that as well. They have the quaffle, they have the snitch lead, and they have a 20-point
Ilmage
lead
is
on
going for the
Hufflepuff.
angle shot again and is going to make it
He
because
does. He flies
Hufflepuff's
right in
keeper
there.
was too far out and could not get back in time to actually prevent that goal.
Yep, and that is all adjustment to keeper play style right there. Some keepers are going to come out further, try and get those kicks. Some are going to hang a little closer to the goals. He capitalized on the fact that that keeper was out just a little too far, and it is 40-10 with the snitch really close to being caught,
Neo
and
did
Neo
catch it though.
catches it. Now it is 70-10 in favor of Gryffindor with 4 minutes and 6 seconds left on the clock. Hog, what does Hufflepuff have to do?
Well, what Hufflepuff has to do is, again, they aren't keeping that defensive line that they need to prevent Ilmage from getting those, angle shots that they have. And since they don't have that backwards defense on Chaser, they are basically just allowing Gryffindor to walk right into the front door.
He did, and that was actually one put on the board by Veneer. So one of the other Gryffindors did get that shot in there. Ilmage, though, is again in possession of the ball. However, the keeper was able to get it from Hufflepuff team there and get it on out to their teammates. So Hufflepuff is currently in possession of the ball. Cowboy Jackman approaching the keeper post does not make the shot though, and Natty gets the quaffle in her hands and sends it right on back out to her team in the hands of Ilmage now approaching those goals again. Can Ilmage get another goal on the board?
And
Yes,
he
Ilmage
can.
can. And it is 90-10 in favor of the Gryffindor team. This is a demonstration of a quaffle game. Even if that snitch had not gone in favor of the Gryffindors, they would still be winning this game because of this quaffle dominance happening right now.
That is very true. And with Ilmage, what he's doing is he's just simply flying towards the ring he wants, and he's not giving up on it. But with Hufflepuff's keeper, kind of staying close but not close enough, it does end the game with 100-10. as
Ilmage
a final
putting that
score.
final shot on the board there. That does make it, as you said, 100 to 10 in favor of Gryffindor there of this game one. It should be a three-match series. Of course, if we go to three games, that is. Going into this match coming up, I have to say one of the biggest things I see here for Hufflepuff's team is guarding against specifically Ilmage. I have to put the shout out to Ilmage there for really carrying that win. Obviously, all of the Gryffindors did a great job that round. Natty letting just one goal go through, but Ilmage really pulling ahead in the score, I think, is notable here. Now, of course, the snitch catches just even solidified that more. So seeing those snitch catches come through really finalized the game for Gryffindor here.
I will say Ilmage did switch up their play style. Versing Ravenclaw, they were more upfront and aggressive, but versing Hufflepuff, they stayed more behind and reserved just to pry and sink their teeth in on the weakness that the Hufflepuff keeper had.
Yeah. And they again, that's taking advantage, exploiting something. They found what worked. Ilmage said, "All right, this shot's going to go through. I'm going to keep doing it." So Hufflepuff really needs to make that adjustment to be able to defend against that. And what it really comes down to, it looked like a lot of one-on-one. I didn't notice any setup options happening that could have been pulling the keeper. It's possible they were happening though. I just didn't see them there. Um, but it's those 1v1 shots, and I think you're right. Ilmage is simplifying. The keeper may expect a dodge or may expect some type of anything to really throw them off, but Ilmage is just kind of going straight for the hoop that they want and putting it through.
That is true. I mean, Ilmage is going straight for that hoop. And with the keepers, as I know, using that dodge ability creates more of a catching radius to prevent those kind of angle shots Ilmage was doing.
Mhm.
But with them worrying about how Ilmage is able to do those dodge shots and everything, they aren't able to utilize that full keeper ability because of the versatility of Ilmage's playstyle.
Absolutely. So, going into match two, Hufflepuff is in a familiar setting. The game one did not really go the way that they wanted it to. So it is time for them to make those adjustments and really try to come back with a win against Gryffindor. And in order to do that, again, biggest thing for me, keeper, getting those goals blocked, and obviously capitalizing on some stitch catches there as well. Um, Roster change could be something that is definitely doable here. Now with Gryffindor, they did do a roster change in their first set of matches, and they had won round one and still did the changes. Do you think that we will see changes happening again on the Gryffindor team here too?
I mean, I did notice while they were switching out, they did switch out Neo for disc jockey.
Gotcha. Okay, so
So
yep,
they
that is
they
a
did do a
sneaker change there
switch
again.
up. They also brought in I don't remember if Count Tails was on their first game against Hufflepuff, but they do have Count Tails as well.
Nope, that was Natty as well. So Natty was the keeper in game one.
So
So it
the
does look like
lineup for
they're swapping.
Hufflepuff is Ilmage, Veneer, Laggy Lestrange, Count Tails, It's Harry, and Disc Jockey.
Gotcha. All right. So we do see a little bit of some change up happening there on the teams. Um, Now going into this game, I believe this would be it for Hufflepuff here. Is that correct?
That would
No,
be
we
it
do
for
have one more
Hufflepuff.
against Ravenclaw. They have not played Ravenclaw, I believe,
That is
so we should
true.
see that.
But it's very true with that first game versus Gryffindor that Gryffindor just sunk their teeth in. As the true lions that they are, they did sink their teeth into Hufflepuff,
They
and
did.
they have
And
shown they are not letting go.
I don't anticipate that they will let up. I see Gryffindor really coming back, knowing the Gryffindor type. Losing the game one was probably not the most exciting thing, not the greatest thing for a
That's
Gryffindor
debatable.
ego. So the fact that they lost that, I think that they are coming back even stronger and really needing to prove themselves with this game. So I do not anticipate any let up coming from the Gryffindor team. I think they're going to be just as aggressive and try try and have just as dominating a performance in this game as they did in the first one there.
I do think that loss that they had against Ravenclaw did light a fire underneath them, as they showed in the first game against Hufflepuff. They showed that
Absolutely.
they are not a team just to, bat your eye at, and look away.
For sure. Um, Awesome. All right. So teams are still lining up, it looks like. So let's switch gears here a little bit and look at what we do have
You
coming down
say
the
teams are
line.
lining up, but the only team that can't line up is Hufflepuff, with only having those 6 team members. They don't have those reliefs that they actually need
That
to
is true.
rely
And
on.
that makes it so that they are not getting that break, unfortunately.
They have to basically go full 100 and just hope for the best.
Let us see here. All right. So, moving into, like I said, what we have coming down the pike. Obviously, this is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff right here that we are watching. We do still have Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, and then we do have Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. Um, and I believe one more that I unfortunately do not have off the top of my head. I thought I had all three left there. But that way we do get to see these matchups happen in this tournament happen between all of the houses here. Um,
I
we're
am
going to.
reading this, just a little haha funny moment.
Great. What's the
It
haha
was it,
funny
it
moment?
was originally just supposed to be 1 match per round,
Oh, fun.
and
Gotcha. Cool. Well, we are
little
having
insider
plenty
humor.
of Quidditch today, regardless. So, whatever the plan was, we're playing Quidditch. And speaking of, we are going straight into the Legacy match as this is a Hogwarts tournament here. Teams are warming up. Gryffindor against Hufflepuff here. I do see, like you said, Count-Tails on keeper as opposed to Natty for the Gryffindor team. Does look like the same lineup that as far as I can tell, for the Hufflepuffs as well, though. All right, and as they start getting into this kickoff here, we will see game 2 now of Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff in this tournament of houses. There goes the kickoff, and possession
Is gonna
goes
immediately go to
to
Gryffindor with
Gryffindor. They
Ilmage. He
got the
got that
kick, and
kickoff.
Ilmage takes it and drives it straight up to the post, throwing it through, and giving us that 10-point lead off the bat there. So it is 10 points, but it looks like we have some disconnects happening, some bloody helling, and some leaving of the match. So it looks like there were some technical difficulties there with that match. So we are going to let the teams go ahead and reset. This may include some games. Game resetting as well, just to make sure that everybody's good to go and we have as minimal issues as we can here. Um, in the meantime, obviously Gryffindor, Hufflepuff are setting up. Ravenclaw, Slytherin, I'm sure are practicing now. But yeah, as we get into the rest of these matches here today, we've got this full day of Quidditch coming ahead. I hope everyone is excited ultimately for it. It's been a while since we have had some Quidditch streamed here, so it's good to see that people are still coming out and want to see these matches play out. Um, yeah, Hog, what are you most
Yes.
excited for the day? Which
Uh,
match? Which coming up match are you most excited for?
listen, listen. This is gonna show favoritism,
A little bit.
but honestly, a little bit. Just a little bit. Gotta have a little bit of favoritism. I am severely curious on how the Slytherin Ravenclaw game will go, because of how strong Dementor is as the seeker they are. If they're going to stick with T Robo, or if they're actually going to switch to their ace in the hole, which would be Melanor as a seeker.
Yeah,
That
I
that would
agree
be an
with you there.
exciting play out either way, but it's always up to them what they're going to do. And I'm curious because they do have T Dreams as a backup for the Ravenclaws. I'm curious if they're going to actually throw him in if it gets too dicey.
Yeah, very possible. Nice to have those alternate options there as well. I have to agree with you. I think the Slytherin versus Ravenclaw match is the one that I'm currently most excited for. Just because we did see such a dominating performance from the Slytherins, and I really think the Ravenclaws can put up quite a fight against them. I would love to see. Um, just underdog stories. That's what I'm here for.
That is true,
Slytherin is
but you also
clearly the dominating force here. I'm also a little biased as a Gryffindor, I suppose. But I would really like to see someone give the Slytherins a run for their money, after seeing how strong they came out in game one.
that is true, and Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws have always been more of a closer house together. So if Ravenclaw's able to beat Slytherin, that would give Hufflepuff that kind of redemption for their loss against Slytherin, and vice versa. With Slytherin and Gryffindor, actually, they don't seem to get along, but they get more along than you think. They have more attributes together. That would also bring a retribution to Gryffindor if Slytherin won.
Definitely. I completely agree with you here. All right, just so everyone knows, we are getting ready to go into the next game. So if you were, refilling your drink, going to the bathroom, hurry up, get on back. The game will be starting here soon. This is going to be game number 2 in the series between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Gryffindor took the very first game, but going into the second one here, both teams are lined up currently. So the kickoff will be happening momentarily, and we can see if Hufflepuff is able to come back and take a win here.
Hufflepuff here needs to prove that they aren't just, that friendly house that everyone meets. They really do need to prove that
Absolutely.
they
They
do have that
unfortunately were not
strength.
able to hold on to the quaffle though, as Ilmage was able to make the tackle to steal it, pass it over to It's Harry, and It's Harry puts it right on through. So Gryffindor is in the lead right now with a 10-0 score. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock here at this time, and Hufflepuff is in possession of the quaffle, trying to get down to the Gryffindor side of the pitch, put some quaffle points on the board. We do see some lagging, some rubber banding happening, and
Katie did
Katie
make that
is
though.
able to put one through for the Hufflepuffs, making it a tie game now, 10-10 at the 6 minute and 18-second mark.
And if you do also look, Hufflepuff is slightly leading on that snitch race against Gryffindor.
They do have that lead edged out right now. That is Disc Jockey as the seeker for Gryffindor. And I apologize, I did not catch who the Hufflepuff seeker is, but I'll give the shout out when we do see that.
Hufflepuff's Seeker, if I'm
Green
not
Black Cat, I believe,
yeah, it's
was
Green Black Cat.
before. Perfect. So yeah, that bit of a lead there. It is pretty close to even though. Quaffle goals are even. Quaffle in the hands of Ilmage, not who you want to have if you are the Hufflepuffs. However, they were able to make this stop, so they are learning from Ilmage's tricks and hopefully able to put up a little bit more of a defense here.
That
Ilmage
is
though going
true.
in for another shot now. Up
And cannot
against
make
here.
that. So
No.
they did actually Hufflepuff did have that chaser back to prevent that one-timer setup with It's Harry. Because I did
Perfect,
notice
and
that
that
It's
is
Harry was set up for a one-timer to the left, and Hufflepuff was able to prevent that.
it sounds like Gryffindor's switching up their tactics a little bit. We see some passing from Ilmage to It's Harry as opposed to Ilmage just going in for it. Of course, as I say it, Ilmage goes right in for it and gets a goal. But Hufflepuff was making the adjustments needed to make sure that they weren't able to get those one-timers. Now they've got to flip back though and make sure that Ilmage also isn't getting those solo cooks there. Um,
Hufflepuff
Currently,
is all the
Hufflepuff
way
does have the
down.
ball.
That is true, and they do have it down at the Gryffindor side. They are passing around. Cowboy Jack did have it, but he did lose it to Count Tails.
Yeah, Count-Tails, the Gryffindor Seeker subbing in for Natty there, able to get it on down the field, and again in the hands of Ilmage. Ilmage is there going for another shot, but not able to capitalize on it as Hufflepuff makes the save and sends it back out to their chasers there. However, the Quaffle now is back here. It looks like we may have some farming going on in an attempt to knock out that Seeker because the snitch race is neck and neck right now, and with the score this close, both teams need this snitch catch,
And
but
it
it
appears
goes to
Dish
the
does get it.
Gryffindors with Disc Jockey catching that snitch.
Now, Dish Jockey has always been known to be able to pull a hat trick out of anything, especially when it's close on that snitch race.
And we
But
do see. I'll go for it.
with those abilities, being able to pull those hat tricks out, it can just as easily change if the other team is more attentive to when to focus on that seeker.
Definitely, and we did see a familiar sight in the background there, which is Ilmage putting another goal on the board. So Gryffindor is currently leading this game 60-10. We're about halfway through it, the 3 minute and 30-second mark. Snitch race, pretty close, but I'd say Gryffindor has a slight lead here for that snitch race, but it is very early in that second snitch race, so it could
Green
change. However, Green Black Cat, the Hufflepuff Seeker, takes a fall there, which is a huge chunk out of the snitch meter and a lot of time not spent seeking.
is very true. And Cowboy Jackman did make that goal to make it, 60-20. They still may be behind, but he did make that goal to give them more of a catch up. But the problem with, Green Black Cat getting knocked out is I did notice they have a habit of sitting at a corner when they're trying to drift rather than actually going and chasing that snitch. And Elmage did make that goal because Hufflepuff's keeper did back up behind the goals and was not in front of them.
Yes, this is quite a rough match. We still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, so there is time to make a
Elmage
comeback, but
again.
Ilmage is making it harder and harder for the Hufflepuffs to see the light, as it is 80-20 right now in favor of Gryffindor. Hufflepuff is behind on the snitch. They are down 60 points. They really need to make sure that they can get this snitch catch, but they also have to put some quaffle goals on the board and make sure they're guarding their own goals. This is not a fun situation for the Hufflepuffs to be in, but it is not impossible.
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, they can do it. It's just they need, to work on that defense, not stay out so far as Ilmage was close to actually proving.
Yes, but they did make the save, so Ilmage was not able to put that through there. However, Quaffle is loose right now, and the Gryffindors get possession as Veneer scoops it up and passes it up to Ilmage. Ilmage is approaching the goals with a drift shot, puts it through right on past the keeper, making it a 90-20 score now. Plus, Gryffindor is in the lead with that snitch catch. If they catch here, it's a 120 game, or they can just end it now and get a Quaffle goal on there to make it a 100-20 game there.
I mean, in all honesty, it feels like if they want to be more cocky and get that 120, or if they just want to end it as quickly as possible. Because if they want to end it as quickly as possible, that would s- prove that, well, they did end it with it's Harry with the one timer. They did go back to the one timer at the end of the game.
Does end this match and ends the series of Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff with an 80-20, I'm sorry, a 100-20 score for the end of that game there. Gryffindor coming out on top there, making it unfortunately another loss for our dear Hufflepuffs. Um, I am sure that that is not an easy pill to swallow, but if anyone is able to do it, it is the Hufflepuffs. They will bounce back and they will be able to come back even stronger for sure if we do see more from them, which we will next round, of course.
You're not
All
wrong. I mean,
right,
Hufflepuffs
that
can
does.
come back when they do verse. It is Ravenclaw they're going to be versing later, correct? If
Let
I'm
me
not
double
mistaken.
check. It is, yes, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw is the game that we have not seen yet there, which should be a tough one for them. Ravenclaw beat Gryffindor, and then Hufflepuff just lost to Gryffindor. So that does set the precedent that it may be a really tough game for Hufflepuff to take on. But again, if there was any house that was going to have to go through a little bit of turmoil and come out stronger on the other side, I think it's the Hufflepuffs.
I mean, people always look down on the Hufflepuff house for being, that sweet, soft house. And in all honesty, they need to prove that they aren't as, soft and as sweet as they actually are. They need to prove that they do have that strength, that grit to actually at least get one win in this tournament. Because with that, 0-2 for both, Gryffindor and Slytherin, it's not looking too good for them right now. And I have a feeling their morale is probably down from both those losses.
Yeah, I can only imagine that is the case for them. But it is not the end. There is more Quidditch to play. And I absolutely do think that they will come back, hopefully with their heads held high. An absolute worst case scenario, this is still fun. I hope they are enjoying themselves. Obviously, we all play in these tournaments because we want to win and we want to do well. But more importantly, we want to have a good time doing it. So hopefully all of the teams today are enjoying themselves with the Quidditch that we have set up for the day. Um, all right, so it does look like, just looking ahead, to end out this round, we're going to have the Ravenclaw versus Slytherin match. So these are the two winning teams from round one that will be facing each other in the the second game here of round two. Um, Ravenclaw obviously had a pretty good performance against Gryffindor then. There was a little bit of back and forth. We did see 3 games out of that matchup there. So going against the Slytherins now, who had a pretty dominating first round. Definitely, as a Ravenclaw, I would be hopefully, having watched that match, having some insight into what the Slytherins did and specific tactics that they had, so that you can bring those in for this next game against them.
It is true. You got the Ravenclaw's cunning and their strategic advantage, strategy that they have. But then, you got Slytherin, who has always been known as the house of underhanded actions. So it's more of, will strategy win, or will the kind of back alley house win, so to
Yeah,
put it.
it could go either way with Quidditch, honestly. Either one can come out for a win for the team there. Um, Awesome. Scrolling through the chat here, I honestly have not been looking at the chat, so I apologize if people have been talking to us. But I do see Pax pointing out here, setting up the Hufflepuffs for a good underdog story. I'm telling you right now, I am all about the underdog story in any type of situation. So if the Hufflepuffs can come back here, amazing. Would love to see it happen. Um, but yeah, for the next lineup, let's see how we're doing. We might go ahead and pop in just Gryffindor, Slytherin, are they ready? If they're not ready, maybe we pop in just a tiny little break here, um, until they are ready to boot up. And again, we're happy to bring people in here to chat. Just DM me. I know a lot of people are practicing with their teams, but if you are interested in being kind of in our eye line, as people who might want to come in and chat about the tournament a little bit, just shoot me a DM on Discord here, and we can get you added in.
That is true. It would be fun to have some, fresh input on this tournament, mainly from the people who actually are going through it. I would
Absolutely. There's a
love.
lot of discussion, I'm sure, happening in these team chats here. So getting some insight into how everyone's feeling as we progress through this tournament would definitely be beneficial, for
That's
everyone
true.
watching, to be able to see the players and how they're feeling live and in the moment. The energy that you get from this type of tournament is kind of crazy sometimes. Just feeling again that momentum, whether it's a win or a loss too, it definitely leaves an impact on you there. So would love some firsthand accounts there from our players.
That is very true. One team in particular that I want to actually get that interview with would have to be a player off the Hufflepuff team to see how the morale's actually doing for that team.
Definitely. Um, Obviously, they are probably going to be prepping for that final game there. But anyone from Hufflepuff team that wants to come chat with us, everyone has been putting on a great show. And again, this is the best of the best here that we've got going on. So no discredit to anyone
If the best
in
of
the
the best,
tournament.
wouldn't you be in the Gryffindor matches?
No, exactly. That's why I'm here in the casting booth and not on the
Oh, they took
field.
you out because you're the best of the best.
Yeah, they
Okay,
said we
Miss.
need the best of the best, and unfortunately, you don't qualify.
No,
But
no,
hey, can
you
you
make
talk
the cut.
instead? Yeah, yeah, it's fine though. No, I absolutely, as much as I love playing the game, honestly, watching it and seeing these players, especially people that we have played against and interacted with, seeing them play against each other and these new team structures as well. I think we get used to seeing certain people play with certain others. Um, So seeing them paired up with different people now is actually super interesting in that regard as well.
It is
Um,
true seeing how that that house synergy can work, if it can work as good or better than their actual team synergy that they have. It does appear that we
Absolutely.
do have Shade that just joined us.
Yes, Shade and I were messaging here. We are going to bring Shade on in to talk about some of the recent games that you have seen them in. Shade, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
How are
It's
you
all good. It's all
feeling?
good. Uh, well, I'm feeling great. The first match that we had felt pretty amazing for Team Slytherin.
Absolutely, absolutely. So talk us through that match a little bit. Going into it, had you guys prepared anything specific for Hufflepuff team, or just kind of in general trained as a team?
We had 2 days or 3 days of practice together. So we did practice, not in a row, but we had practices together,
Hmm.
and we kind of discussed some plans and the rotation and all that. But I think overall our communication was there, and we all trusted each other to do our part. And as it was seen, everyone did amazing. Our seeker did great. Our chasers did amazing. Our captain, who helped us a lot with practice and stuff like that. It was just I don't know. It felt great. It felt like we were united, and it was just fantastic job of our captain and our team.
Awesome, love to hear it. Yeah, I mean, team synergy is huge. So being able, like I was just talking about, these are a lot of times people that you maybe aren't playing with on the regular basis. So being able to have that gel with a new group of people, I'm sure feels amazing. And being able to go on the field and really show that, I'm sure it feels even better for you guys out there.
Yeah, exactly. As you were saying, like at most we maybe played once or twice to get on Q6, but
Mhm.
everything else, we don't usually play with each other. The people who are there, and now everyone playing together. Uh, it just felt great. We learned some stuff from each other. I feel like, at least from my perspective, and as I said again, our captain was very great and direct on practices and rotation wise and all that. It just felt great. I felt very happy and proud to be part of Team Slytherin.
Awesome. Now, we were just talking here about your upcoming game against Ravenclaw. Did you get a chance to see Ravenclaw play already today?
I did. I watched the match Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw,
Hmm.
and honestly, I was thinking Gryffindor were gonna win that. It looked like that, but then the comeback on game three was very, very surprising on my end. Like I thought it was such an intense game. Both teams performed amazingly, and I was just very happy to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a wonderful first match of the series for this tournament here because it was so back and forth. I'm with you. I thought Gryffindor had that, to be completely honest with you, after watching that first game go through. But Ravenclaw really coming through and making the adjustments that they needed to make. Now, going into your match with them, are you prepping anything specific? Obviously, don't need to share any trade secrets or anything. But from watching that
Um,
game, do you think you're going to make any adjustments to the way you would play?
well, we are making adjustments. I feel like we are changing some things up, but generally, how can I say it? I think if we keep going what we're doing, I think we're gonna do amazing. It's gonna be a very intense game because the Ravenclaw players are pretty good,
Hmm.
and I feel like it's gonna be a close game, but hyping a fellow Slytherins, I think we're gonna get this one, and if not, well, we're gonna be damn sure close. But I believe we're gonna get it.
That's
Our
always
team
good
is
to
hyped
hear.
up. We got this.
Now, is there anyone on the Ravenclaw team that you feel is, or at least a couple players that you feel is going to be concerning for Slytherin to actually verse against?
That is a good question. So I'm not sure how everyone else feels. I can only speak from my personal experience.
Hmm.
I am worried about one particular Ravenclaw player that I know the most, which is Robo.
Mhm.
I think Robo will certainly put pressure on the Seeker game if he plays Seeker. But there's so many good players there. Like they have an Darina there who's 26 in the game, pretty good. Michimo is a great Seeker as well. And I played a few times with Ted, and Ted as a chaser can also be quite dangerous, especially when he's good at adapting. So generally, I think there are some things we need to keep in mind.
I appreciate that clarification first, that Otarina is 26. I was not aware, so I apologize for calling that out earlier. I am very familiar with Otarina. I did not. I'm on PlayStation, so it shows up pulled down there.
Same here, same here.
Yeah. Awesome though. Yeah, no, Ravenclaw definitely has a very strong team to go up against. So there are multiple names on there to be worried about. But I think you're right. That T Rabo is a solid seeker. And that will come into play for sure. Now, as far as Slytherin goes, I mean, had a pretty dominating performance, both in the seeker and in the chaser game.
They're
Um,
playing apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It does look like
All
we
right.
are in the middle of a match, so we
All right.
can, Shade, you are welcome to hang out if you want or leave, but we can definitely chat with you more. We're gonna flip into Slytherin versus Gryffindor, it looks like.
Yeah.
Ravenclaw?
Ravenclaw,
versus
Ravenclaw.
Slytherin.
My apologies, my
How dare
apologies.
you forget my house, good sir?
I apologize. No one is as important as Gryffindor, so I forget them all.
That's debatable. That's why they lost to Ravenclaw.
All right. Good luck, guys. I'm
Thanks,
definitely up
Shade.
for more of this. Good luck, everyone.
Now they do. It is 10-10 now currently, and it does appear that let's see, it does appear that Ravenclaw does have the lead, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that Slytherin that has lead on Snitch?
That is
No, that is
Slytherin.
Slytherin. Dementor
Yep.
does have that lead.
Yeah, Dementor definitely has the lead on Snitch right now. It's a tie quaffle game. We're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. However, Michimo did just drop, which is the seeker for Ravenclaw. And in the meantime, Dementor for the Slytherins catches the Snitch, taking that 10-10 game to 40-10 now in favor of the Slytherins here.
You know, that is true. That 40-10, with 4 minutes, now 50-10 in 4 minutes and 5 seconds. That is
Hardy putting
rough.
that goal through there, putting it at a 50-10 now. So we do see in for keeper now for the Slytherins is Beesman. Beesman is acting as the keeper now for the Slytherin team there. Again, score currently 50-10 in favor of the Slytherins. However, Ravenclaw vibing with Vin just puts one through, which makes it a 50-20 game now. That is 30 points difference, which is an important differential because of the snitch. So if Gryffindor were to catch the snitch this very moment, they would tie up the game. However, Slytherin is in the lead for goodness, I apologize. I'm throwing all the house names around here.
We're okay.
Slytherin is who I meant to say. That is currently in the lead with the snitch, and they are also the 30 points ahead here.
That is true. That 30-point differential, even just a 10-point differential, can make or break a match. But having that 30 points, that gives you that breathing room that you need for to actually be able to play a little bit more relaxed, but not so relaxed that you lose the game.
Definitely. And with the Slytherins in the lead here, as just so everyone is aware watching, the Slytherins currently have the 50 points. However, Ravenclaws there are able to bring that up to 30 points now on their side. So there's only 20-point difference between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. If Ravenclaw can continue closing that gap on the quaffle, that will put them in a much better spot regardless of what does happen to the snitch. Because right now, with that deficit, if the Slytherins do catch that snitch, if Dementor gets another snitch catch, that will really offset the game for them. However, we do see Beesman guarding those posts there and not allowing for another goal, sending it on out to his Slytherin chasers as they make their way down to the post at the other end. And Cardi puts one through, making it a 60-30 game, spreading that differential again to 30 now. So even more important for Ravenclaw to catch that snitch as they are down 30 points. However, if you look at the snitch meter, it is not great for the Ravenclaws.
It
Slytherin
is not.
Dementor is way in the lead of that snitch race at this point in time.
Now it's a little interesting for Ravenclaw to, and Kari did just score another goal, but it's interesting for Ravenclaw to not use T Robo for the snitch race, trying to fill out how Dementor would be against Ravenclaw's other seeker.
Yeah, and we may see that switch up happen after this game. Obviously, the score is not doing what they would like it to on the Ravenclaw team. So being at that deficit now, Dementor is closing in on that catch, and they are at 70 points. So if he catches it, it will immediately end the game with 100 points there, and he does. Dementor capitalizes on that snitch catch, ending the game immediately. So it is 100 to 30 in favor of the Slytherins here. Now, these were the two winners from round one, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. So we did see on this match here Dementor coming out on top again in that Seeker race. Dementor has caught every single snitch that Dementor has seen today. And so that is definitely paying off for the Slytherin team. Without those 60 points, it was a closer match between the Chasers. However, that snitch does send them straight up to the top, finalizing that game with the 100-point score.
That is very true. I mean, seeing Dementor always when Dementor sees that snitch, they do not let go of it no matter who they are versing. They have their eyes locked on that snitch. Like it's the last thing, the first and last thing that they will ever see.
Absolutely. And we have seen Ravenclaw able to put some quaffle points on the board here too. So that may be where they need to shift some focus. I do agree with you though too that maybe it is time, especially since we had Shaden here saying that, T Rabo is someone that they were specifically worried about. So maybe now is the time in game two to put T Rabo in. Maybe we can see someone take down Dementor and get that snitch catch for another team other than Slytherin today. But if not, Slytherin will just keep powerhousing their way through this tournament right now, as it seems like they may be doing.
Slytherins, even the Slytherin house in general, they are looking to just completely overtake this tournament just to prove that no matter what they do, they are the best house.
Yes, they absolutely are. And as we are lining up for the round two of this series here with the Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, taking a quick look ahead at the next round, we will see the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, as well as Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw in the next round. So we do have some more Quidditch coming up on here. You will see more from these players today as well as we near the end, really the midpoint. We are crossing over the midpoint of this tournament today.
That is true, and I do know Gryffindor versus Slytherin. I do know for Gryffindor, Laggy has always had a performance problem versing Dementor with how evasive that Dementor can be. Versing any beer that they meet. But Laggy, with the abilities that she has, she's been able to slightly keep up with Dementor, but it's proven that Dementor is not going to be knocked down that easily by anyone in any means.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Now, we are looking as the teams are not quite lining up. We may be bringing someone in here to chat as well. So we'll be bringing in some of the other players to talk about today. Obviously, as we have people in here, I'm going to do my best to take a look at the chat. And if you have any questions for the people coming in, anything you would like to pass along, feel free to throw those out there. We'll try and keep an eye out as we do some, very casual interviews um, with players today. Um,
As a side note, breaking from Twidditch, God, Thinking Twitch and Quidditch.
Hey, think that's fine. Combine it. Quidditch.
Yeah, Quidditch. There we go. Beastman did gift 3 subs, so thank you for that. But what I am looking forward to and what I want to see, or hopefully see, but I don't think they're going to do, is I don't have a feeling that Ravenclaw will actually switch up their lineup too much. I mean, they do still have, Mitchie Mo, who I have a feeling will still be running that Seeker game, but they do have T Dreams on their team now.
Gotcha.
They did switch
So
to
swapping
T
in,
Dreams. And they do have
swapping
Teddy
in
ready.
Chaser there. And you said who?
Teddy ready.
Nice. Okay, so they are swapping up their Chaser lineup a little bit. Obviously, we're a little biased, but we're excited to see T Dreams play there
I'm
for
biased because
sure.
it's my house, so.
Well, that too. I guess, yeah, you're doubly biased then
Yeah, I'm
there.
doubly biased. Now, listen, we did have an interview with T earlier, and he did say he had the bandana on and everything. Now, he only wears that bandana in games that he is dead set on winning.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to go full force, or as our team calls it, whole hog.
Whole hog.
Yes. Thanks to my team, I am now the what is it called? Mascot of our Quidditch team. But he does always put out either good passing plays, those good shots. But it's gonna be interesting to see how he works with a different lineup of people that he's not actually accustomed to working with.
Yeah. My apologies. Working on getting some people in here so that we can listen to some voices that aren't ours today there. All right. How are we
In the
looking?
heart of me being an anime character, in all honesty, kind of feels just like in Solo Leveling. It kind of feels like Dementor is, that big boss that every house needs to beat. Like Dementor is that final boss in any game, and no one has been able to actually beat that final boss.
Absolutely. All right, let's try and get someone pulled in here. All right. We are having people that don't have access to the meeting room that we are in. Are we able to?
What if we tried pulling Warbeard in here since he's the captain of the Hufflepuffs? Get a little insider on morale.
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying here to get them in. I'm not very good at multitasking.
You are good at multitasking. I mean, have you seen your Quidditch plays?
That's fair. With T. That's what I'm saying. It's fun to see T play with other people that aren't me.
Hey, buddy, you calm yourself down.
I mean, I don't want him to continue.
Before you, it was me and T.
Yeah, we could definitely hit a break right now. That would be great if teams aren't back yet. Yep.
We will be right back after these solemn messages.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly.
We are back with the match race starting. Slytherin and Ravenclaw both at 2020. Slytherin does have a slight advantage on that snitch race. And we do see that Slytherin's beater actually did get knocked out. I'm a little bit curious about how this one's going to be because it did just go 30-20, Cardi making that goal. Lee, what do you have to say
Here.
about this match so far? Okay, while I wait on Cleat. So it does
Apologies. Can
appear,
you hear me now? My bad.
yes.
Hello.
Slytherin's keeper Shade actually did just knock out T Dreams, one of Ravenclaw's subs for the team,
Gotcha.
and
Those keeper kicks are deadly.
they are deadly. And it does appear that there is a little bit of rubber banding now, but Slytherin is leading, almost close to catching that snitch. Ravenclaw's behind on that. They need to get that pressure on Dementor, otherwise they will not be able to get a win or solidify that win.
Definitely, Dementor is closing in on that snitch, like you said there. However, they are currently at the Slytherin post there, and T
T
Dreams
did
for
make that goal.
Ravenclaw is able to put the goal through, closing that gap. It is 10-point difference. However, Dementor catching that snitch blasts them up an additional 30 points. So now it is 70-30 in favor of the Slytherins. The Ravenclaws are going to have to put some quaffle goals on the board here, but they really could use that second snitch as well. So this is going to be a lot of making sure that the Slytherins don't get too far ahead, no more goals get put on the board, but Ravenclaw is going to have to do some catching up here.
That is very true. And, they're trying to set up for those low one-timers. But Shay's able to see that path of where the Quaffle's going because of, and I know who it was who was trying to do that low one-timer. It was T. He does have a habit of getting too close to that, that dead field for keepers to actually get that prime defense.
Yes, and while we do have some lagging issues happening now, we are going to just look here at Shay's perspective. This is a Slytherin keeper here that we are looking at, and he watches as Cardi, one of his chasers, puts another goal on the board, making it 80-30 in favor of the Slytherins. Now, we do have 3 minutes left on the clock, and that second snitch is very much still out there. Slytherins are in a slight lead with that snitch race, but bumps, tackles, anything, a bludger hit can absolutely change that up. So definitely no stress there. It is anyone's snitch at this point. And T Dreams
That is very true.
approaching, does do a pass over to Teddy Ready, who kicks it right into the goal past Shade, making it an 80-40 game right now. 40-point difference with Slytherin in the lead. 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Now, Teddy was showing with that one-timer that he is not just all fluff and filling, that he is a true bear.
Absolutely. And the Slytherins are
But
working
Cardi
their
is doing
magic
it
down
just as
there.
bad.
Yep. Cardi getting that goal in there, making it 90-40 in favor of the Slytherins. It is looking less and less like a very easy comeback for the Ravenclaws. Still not impossible by any means, but it is more difficult. Life-size midget currently in possession of the quaffle, passing on over to Cardi for the Slytherins. Cardi has the quaffle, goes for a shot, but it is guarded by the Ravenclaw keeper, I believe CompuGamer. So that does not go through. Teddy Ready now in possession of the quaffle, trying to get down to the Slytherin side,
But
but
Cardi
Cardi does
does get
not
it.
let him.
They are looking to close this game quick because with Ravenclaw actually matching even with Slytherins on this Seeker race. But it
Absolutely.
looks
With
like
the
Slytherin is going to farm that power kick, waiting for those Seekers to come around. They do get it out and it go to life size.
Now, Slytherin is closing in on this win either via Snitch or Quaffle because Dementor is closing in on that Snitch. The Quaffle currently sitting down with Shade, but he passes on up to Life Size Midget. Life Size Midget taking it on down. They could end the game with a goal here. Cardi has the ball. Could end it, but
But
no,
Dementor does make
Dementor
it.
ends the game with a snitch catch for the Slytherins, making it 120-40 with a Slytherin win for this match.
Now I will say it was interesting with the two sub players on the Ravenclaw side did make that game a little bit more of a difficult time but with not having a different Seeker versus Dementor, it kind of almost made Dementor's playstyle just the same, just a breeze for them.
Definitely. Now, while we are in between games here, let's bring on in Mad Love. Mad Love is joining us here in the booth to chat a little bit about the games that are currently going on during this tournament of houses. Mad Love, why don't you go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us, your house position, tell us a little bit about you.
I am on Team Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff Pride, and I am playing a beater.
Awesome. So, you have played today, obviously, with our Hufflepuff team on the pitch there. Tell us a little bit about your experience. How has it been today for you?
Been pretty great. Even though like we've had some roster changes, we had some setbacks. We didn't get to play as much as we could because of scheduling, but it's been really great. You know, we came out strong and we did what we had to do. We did everything we could.
Awesome. And is Beater your main role, or is that just what you're playing for Hufflepuff?
This is my main role. Yes.
Perfect. So, what type of beater would you describe yourself mostly as? Are you more of an aggressive one, more of the strategic gameplay setting type of beater? Where do you fall?
I would say I take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and just make it my own.
Perfect,
Sprinkle it
perfect.
in.
Just needed, yeah. Awesome. Now, you going into round three, you'll be up against Ravenclaw, who we just saw lose against Slytherin, who you also played earlier. So, going into the match against Ravenclaw, are you, taking any notes? Is there anything specific that you all are on the lookout for, especially as a beater? Do you think there's more focus on Chaser versus Seeker? What's your evaluation of the Ravenclaw team?
Well, I know that as a beater, I have to put pressure on that seeker. But I also know that they have a very good beater as well. I know that beaters are sometimes an underrated population of players, but we have a strong front, and that they have to put everything they have on that seeker. So I'm going to be definitely playing seeker, but also watching out for their beater at all costs.
Awesome. Absolutely. I completely agree with you too. Beater is a rather underrated position, but it can be one of the most impactful positions. And even more so, it can be impactful on both parts of the game. Whereas chasers, yeah, we can tackle a seeker maybe, but that's not as impactful as sending a bludger towards either a chaser or a seeker. So I do think beaters lose a little bit of credit for how much impact they can have on the game as a whole and not just one specific part of it.
I will say also that our team has had, we've had Time Bomb on Keeper at all times. We've had Green Black Cat on Seeker at all times. We have me and Katie talks switching out on Beater. We just lost a chaser, so we are down one chaser, and now we are going to be swapping beaters and chasers. So I mean, we are going to be in a pickle. But
Mhm.
as somebody said in the chat, Hufflepuffs have an underdog story to be had. So I wouldn't count us out.
Absolutely. I believe that was Pax in the chat that said that, and I completely agree. And I mentioned it before. If there was any team to go through the struggle that it sounds like you are all going through at the moment with roster changes and, of course, the outcomes of the matches today, I think Hufflepuff is the one that can take that and come out stronger because of it, for sure. Um, yeah, definitely. I don't think you guys should be counted out in any way, shape, or form in this match against Ravenclaw. I would love to see some comeback and maybe, who knows, the pressure that's getting to having to do some roster changes and adjustments, maybe that'll just ultimately lead to a win there.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. It's gonna be a match. But we're ready. Our captain. Thank you, Warbeard. We have been rocking the Hufflepuff Pride like crazy with our brooms, our headgear, everything. We are fully Hufflepuffed out. We represent our house with pride and with honor and with loyalty to it. And so, yeah, no,
Awesome. I absolutely love to hear it. And honestly, I expect nothing else from the group of Hufflepuffs. Again, I mentioned it earlier that hopefully, regardless of the outcomes today, everybody is having a good time, enjoying themselves, and really enjoying playing with people that maybe you don't get to play with all the time. It definitely sounds like Hufflepuff House is taking advantage of that and doing that exact thing. So, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Hog, did you have any questions for Mad Love?
Yes. So the main question I always had, because like I told you, I wanted to get Hufflepuff in here. How do you feel like the team morale is going after, the not really losses, but more setbacks that you guys had?
I don't think it's down or anything. I think, if anything, we are committed to making changes and making adjustments and trying to figure out what's going to work for a team. We've evaluated the team rosters. We've evaluated who's going to do what. How are we going to do it? It's just really coming down to those snitch clutches. And sometimes, I mean, we've had to swap me out for Katie talks or whatever has needed to be done. But getting it done is proving to be difficult. But if anything, I think our morale is up because we have decided to stay that way.
That is always important, especially in a match. And I'm glad to hear that you guys' morale has not went down at all. And watching you guys has always been riveting during this tournament, and seeing how you guys are actually, or hearing how you guys are actually overcoming the setbacks you have and what you're having to do is amazing. Do
Yeah,
you have
it's
anything
a, it's
else to?
a, it's like you said, an underdog story to pad, and we'll see if we can pull it out. So, but my team is getting ready for the match, and I have got to play it because we are down, like I said, another chaser. So we will be swapping Katie talks on beater and myself on chaser for a little
Well, that'll
bit.
be
All
interesting to
right.
see.
Well,
We're going to be
best of
swapping
luck
back
to
and
you.
forth. So,
Best of luck to you for sure then in both the beater and chaser role. We look forward to the match. Send our best wishes to the team as well. But yeah, thank you for joining us and chatting.
all right. Thank you guys.
Yeah, best of luck.
Bye.
Awesome. All right. So let's see where we're at. Looks like we are still not set up for the next game here. Um, so let's take a look at what we've got
Mr.
coming up.
Gryffindor over here wearing Hufflepuff colors.
Who's
Here,
that?
I see your headphones,
My
black and
oh,
yellow.
these are my
Uh-huh.
yeah. I mean that is fair. They do have yellow on them.
Mm-hmm.
That is fair. I suppose they're actually yellow and blue, so even worse probably. But
Uh-huh. See?
fantastic. All right. Well, let's see. I know we did have someone else who was possibly going to be able to come in and chat with us. Let me see.
This will be interesting seeing whoever's up next, but this will be interesting for Gryffindor and Slytherin, seeing how Laggy can handle Dementor. So I don't think Dementor's been touched once by a beater in the the three, games it's been in.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. That is going to be the last shot here. See if Dementor can kind of get that every snitch saw was caught trophy.
And hearing, what Hufflepuff's going through, but still keeping their spirits high is a very invigorating story to hear in general.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, no surprise at all from that. The Hufflepuffs absolutely are the ones who are going to be able to plow through something like that and be able to come out feeling a lot better with it. So definitely happy for them in that regard, at least. This kind of loss could do some not great things to the mental state of a team there, and they are keeping it together and definitely going to come through strong in that final game, especially hearing that they're having roster issues. That is just a whole other layer to this. Even just as Mad Love was mentioning, switching from beater to chaser, it's a different type of position. Obviously, there's some overlap there, but it is a mindset shift when you go from one position to the other. So that'll definitely be an additional challenge for them on the Hufflepuff team to be able to cover their bases.
That is very true. I mean, Slytherin's always, especially with their lineup, has been a solid team so far. I mean, they have had, hiccups on Chaser side, but on Seeker side and Beater side, it's always been solid. I mean, the team as a whole has been able to come together when it comes to actually knocking out the enemy Seeker and being so solid on that one focal point of, hey, we got to get this person down. Even if they're ahead, we got to get this person down so they have no chance of coming back at all. Basically, just really beating that fact into the other team that you are not going to beat us at all.
Absolutely. All right, we do have someone else joining
We
here
have
to chat with
Shade and
us.
Miku.
Yes, here I believe Miku is catch up as well on Discord here. How you doing today?
Hey. Oh, Shade is also here. Hey, Shade.
I am Shade. Hi.
I
I
am
am Shade.
Shade.
He is Shade.
Awesome.
Technically,
Now,
Shade is a part of all of us.
now, Miku, do you prefer to go by catch up? Miku, what's your preference there?
Well, normally I go by Ketchup, but I forgot that I changed my nickname in the server to Hatsune Miku. And then I rolled with it in the tournament.
Perfect, perfect. All right. Well, go ahead and introduce yourself, just for everyone who doesn't know you. Talk about, house, role, what position you play, that sort of thing.
I'm a Hatsune Miku, Destroyer of Dreams, full name.
Beautiful.
And
Legal name.
I'm just a lonely beater.
Awesome. Okay, another beater. Perfect, perfect. Now as Ketchup, obviously there are some familiarity with the name Ketchup in the beater form. So talk to us a little bit about the beater position. I'd say since we just had Mad Love on here talking about that. Um, do you focus primarily more on a chaser game, seeker game, mix of both? What's your approach there?
Against what we just played, I fully focused on Seeker.
Okay.
I could have
Awesome.
gone for the Chasers, but I saw that my Chasers were doing perfect. Or win condition was winning the Seeker battle, so there was no actual reason to help the Chasers.
Gotcha. Perfect. I apologize to cut you off a little short there. I think we are starting a match, if I'm not starting. My apologies. I thought we were having a match going there. All right, perfect. So catch up. Give us a little rundown as far as the games that we've experienced today. Should we expect to see more of that today? Should we expect to see some change ups? What's your kind of strategy going forward?
Ooh. Personally, my strategy is always the same. If there's no enemy, there's no problem.
I like that.
Amazing. Yeah, spoken like a true
I
beater
agree.
for sure.
I agree.
And I will say,
Fantastic.
talking about Ketchup's playstyle, it seems like it's more environmental more than it is just a set playstyle. It's based on what the environment's like.
That's actually 100% correct. But there is a core to it. And that is that I put everything in damage instead of intercepting.
Okay,
But
there you go.
Carsus
Yep,
knows me too well.
absolutely. Fantastic. Now Shade, you're also in here. And I'm not mistaken, keeper
Yeah, I'm here.
main primarily.
But
Oh,
we
I
can
do
continue after
apologize.
the match.
Yep, we
Yeah.
are
I'll
getting
come
into
back
the
here after
match
it.
here. So we will continue with Ketchup and Shade after the match here, but we are instead gonna pull over. Looks like we had a disconnect, in fact. So,
I blame
I
I blame because Hufflepuff heard Cleet's voice.
absolutely. This
No,
is
it's all love. You know.
This game loves to do this to us. There's a term for it that I probably can't say on Twitch, but where they like to give us a little bit. Oh, maybe we're gonna play. No, you're not. You're gonna
I
take it
mean,
away from us.
technically you can, just
So
not while you're commentating, good sir. You can say anything on Twitch, just except for a couple
I'm
words.
trying to remain professional in this scenario.
You
So
have to remain
anyway,
professional. I mean,
yes,
I mean,
exactly.
see, I can say you can say anything on Twitch because of my clips from my Twitch streams. You don't want to go watch those. Trust me. Trust
Shame,
me.
shame. I'm gonna call that a shameful plug instead of a shameless plug
Cleet
for
has
sure.
seen one of my clips.
All right. Well, we do still have Ketchup in here, so let's bring
That
it
is
back in
true.
here and chat a little bit, Ketchup, while we wait for these teams to
Hey,
come
I'm
out.
back.
Ketchup
Welcome
Shell's always
back.
been here.
Awesome. So now going into the final game that you guys will have coming up here soon against Gryffindor. Have you been watching the Gryffindor matches today?
Uh, I wanted to, but I had some other things I really needed to attend to, so I actually couldn't. That's why also I only did the Ravenclaw match and not the Hufflepuff one.
Gotcha. Perfect. No worries there. Now, knowing the Gryffindor team, though, and I can give you some names here. So we've got Ilmage, it's Harry,
Killable,
Veneer,
killable,
Saffron, Laggy, One
killed him.
Warden, Natty, Counttails, Neo. Hearing those names, are there any that jump out as like, okay, that's someone to look out for on that Gryffindor team?
Ooh, yeah, of course, Neo. Always such a fun target.
Yeah.
Priority number one.
Fantastic. And they've actually been doing a little bit of switch ups with their seekers today too. We've seen Neo seek. We've also seen Disc
Oh,
Jockey seek. Um, so that will be interesting to see who they play against Slytherin there, of who becomes your target. But I agree with you, Neo, a phenomenal seeker. I played a bit with him last night, actually.
hmm
I was playing as the beater against and with him, and both him and Disc Jockey are fantastic seekers. So you will have your work cut out for you there. But it sounds like you're a little bloodthirsty, so maybe not an issue for you.
There are only a few seekers, which made me go, oh shit.
Uh huh.
But Neo, I mean, he is good. He's killable, but good. But
Yeah.
I got the mentor with me. I can just say to him, the mentor, kill him. And then he
Do
goes, bump him.
Do it.
It's like Emperor Palpatine. Do it.
Phenomenal. And I do hope that we get to have
Exactly.
Dementor in here later as well. Dementor's been having a phenomenal series of games today. Like I said, catching all the snitches. So definitely benefits you to have someone like Dementor as your seeker on the team there. Awesome. I agree with you. Yeah, Neo is going to be a fun one. Neo against Dementor with you and Laggy on beater. I'm definitely interested to see that
Ooh,
matchup
Legion
there.
beater.
Yeah, Laggy's the beater for Gryffindor there too. So that will absolutely be a fun matchup
I
to
see that
watch.
I see that piqued Ketchup's interest, though. Hearing that
Yes,
actually
yeah,
piqued their interest.
that's because Leggy is one of the beaters I've known since almost the beginning of the game. One of the very few players I interacted with.
That's
Interesting.
awesome. I mean, just to like Laggy ultimately is the reason that I'm involved with this game. Because of Black Lake, I joined and I was like, oh, Gryffindor team. So yeah, she's had some wonderful knowledge and insight to the game and has made me feel really welcome in the community.
Sorry to
Um,
interrupt. The match is
keep
about
going.
to
Just
start.
starting.
The match just started.
The match is starting, so enough sentimental crap. Let's get into the match here,
Can't
which
say
I believe
sentimental.
we're going into Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. Ketchup, thanks for chatting with us. We may have you back later. Kind of depends on how time things works out here. But best of luck to you in that match against Slytherin. I'm sorry, Gryffindor that you have coming up.
Don't forget to drink water, guys. Really important.
Yep, make sure you drink
Absolutely,
water.
absolutely. All right, kickoff is happening, so we will be switching over into this Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff match. It does look like possession is currently in the hands of the Ravenclaw team, as they
They
are.
actually
Oh nope,
did lose it. It did go to
they sure
Hufflepuff
did.
because of a bludger hit to 26, caused them to fumble it.
Absolutely, and currently, it looks like Quaffle possession is in the hands of Otterina. It looks like at this point in time. Apologies,
It
having a little.
is.
Yep,
It
perfect.
is,
Yeah,
yep.
they are down by the post and putting it through the
26
post
make
there.
that goal. Ravenclaw is on a dead set track even after that setback with Slytherin. That they are going to show Hufflepuff that they will not give up even after a loss. And Hufflepuff wants to prove that you cannot look down on them.
Yes, but Smart Bean does put another goal through, now putting us at 20-0 in favor there of the Ravenclaws. So Ravenclaw with that 20-point lead. They also have a slight lead on the snitch race with T Robbo against Green Black Cat. T Robbo for Ravenclaw, Green Black Cat for Hufflepuff. Um, we do see the lead in favor of Ravenclaw. So Hufflepuff, we should see them putting some pressure on the Seeker, I would think, at this point. They need to try and give Green Black Cat the best chance they can at catching that snitch at this point. Otherwise, it does look like it's going to go to T. Rabo.
That is true. I mean, T. Rabo, it's a shame that he wasn't in the Slytherin game. But even coming back after that break that he has not slowed down at all in his Seeker race. Like he is
Absolutely
still on
not.
that same trait that he was on right
And we
versus
did see
Gryffindor.
in the background there as well, there was a goal that went through for Ravenclaw. I believe it was Otterina putting another through. And Melanor now, as a chaser, putting another goal through. This is putting us at a 40-0 lead in favor of the Ravenclaws with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Ravenclaws are also way in the lead for the snitch right now. They have got to get a death on T. Rabo or he is going to catch that snitch. And if he catches the snitch, that'll put him at a 70-point lead. Hufflepuff really needs to prevent that snitch catch at all costs right now.
That is very true. And it's coming down to where he's getting ready to catch, and Hufflepuff needs to do something and fast. But you do also have, Melanor just made a goal because of that desync problem.
Yeah, so that does bring the score now to 50-0. Ravenclaw, T. Rabo about to catch that snitch, and he does. T. Rabo catching that snitch brings the score to 80 against 0 in the Hufflepuff side. So Ravenclaw really having a dominating performance right now on this with 4 minutes left. There is absolutely still time for Hufflepuff to come back, but they're going to really have to change up the way they're playing the game right now because Ravenclaw is dominating both in the Chaser and Seeker game as demonstrated by 26 or Otterina there, putting another 10 points on the board. So it is now 90-0 in favor of the Ravenclaws.
That is very true, but you also have to remember Hufflepuff is down a chaser, so they're having to have a swap out on people who aren't normally accustomed to a chaser main. But we do have Katie, who did just score the first goal for Hufflepuff.
Yeah, so that does put us at a 90-10. Could that be the start of something? We've been wanting this Hufflepuff comeback, this Hufflepuff underdog story. Those 10 points could be the start of that, as we do see currently Hufflepuff gets possession of the Quaffle again. Warbeard now
Warbeard
putting it
with a
through.
goal. Beautiful.
I'm telling you, momentum is a thing. Hufflepuff's now at 20 points on the board. They're still 70 points down, but there's 3 minutes left. That's plenty of time to make something happen if they can lock in and get these points on the board.
That
However,
is very true.
and currently Ravenclaw is heading down. Melanor sealing the fate, ending the game, not letting that momentum keep going. Melanor closing out this game with 100-20 in favor of Ravenclaw. So Ravenclaw will take that first match.
They were very close to having that comeback that they needed, but with Melanor and the way that they play, and with the way Ocarina plays, it kind of caused that discord with that chaser lineup. And with Hufflepuff losing one of their chasers and having to swap out other players, really caused a hiccup in the way that they play. It really caused one of those cogs in the gear missing.
Definitely. Now, while we're in between here, if Ketchup is still in, I would like to hear Ketchup's opinion, just from a beater perspective now on that Seeker game. Obviously, we saw that the Ravenclaws were taking that match and running with it. So, as a beater, if you were on Hufflepuff team, what would have been your tactic in that moment to try and switch something up?
Well, do you really have to ask me when you know my answer is gonna be bonk?
Yeah, it's just bonk.
Fair.
I do believe that, with the agreement of Ketchup's statement, bonk, it's very true. But they should have had that split focus between Seeker and that Chaser game, because without that split focus, especially with the lack of one of their chasers, it kind of causes that problem.
If there's one thing I'm allowed to say, if a beater's focus is mainly on the Seeker, but there's one thing, two things a beater always has to look out for. The first thing is if somebody dodges. It's just a free bludger hit, it's like they're below half HP. they're pressured, they're panicking, they're not going to be focused on what they were doing before. Always very important, no matter if it's Seeker, Chaser, I don't think the keeper's ever going to dodge, or the enemy beater.
Mhm.
And the second thing is a pass. Because if a Chaser passes to another Chaser and you throw a Bludger, they have two options. Catch the ball and get hit, or dodge out of the way and let the Quaffle just fall down. Always a good way to just stop, or at least slow down the Chaser game.
I can say from a Chaser perspective, the two things that are my least favorite from a beater is exactly what you just said. When a pass is coming and I've got incoming pass and incoming bludger on my screen at the same time, that is the most just infuriating thing. Or when you're about to go up to a post, put a shot through, and then all of a sudden bludger comes up. So I do agree with
Very
you there.
true.
That is one of the absolute worst things you can have. Is like, all right, you've got to make that split second decision of is the quaffle going to hit me first or is the bludger going to hit me first?
But there is a thing with that. There's a little tricksy doodle. Works
Ooh,
for
Trixie
me.
Doodles.
It works for me every time. There's a certain angle, very sharp angle you can make to still get the pass and actually avoid that bludger. There are angles to avoid those bludgers without using a dodge and still be able to get that pass.
Tell them.
It's too late. It's out.
Ketchup's like, don't spread the secret.
No one knows the angle. I have it down to a math of the exact angle degree that it has to be at.
Look, but Mr. Daddy Hog, there's one thing you forget. A bludger isn't the only way I can hit people.
I can avoid beaters too, good sir. This is
shit.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is after the tournament.
Traits.
After the tournament today, we're going to set up a custom match of just Ketchup versus Hog, and then see how long Hog can survive.
I can survive all day long.
I'm gonna be honest, if he's only dodging, it's gonna be really hard to kill him.
No dodging.
No dodging?
I will claim no dodging.
Uh-huh.
But that's
I
what?
have ran multiple games in the League 7 tournament where the beater would actually throw bludgers at me and I did not run dodging that whole game.
I have a stick.
I can dodge your stick. I have the angles. I have practiced against multiple beaters. I have the
bonk. You follow
right,
me.
I refuse no bonk. Daddy Hog gets no bonk.
All right, so upcoming games. Let's talk about that. Just so everyone knows what we've got coming up here. We do have the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, as well as the Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw match coming up. Now, Ketchup, are you intending to be in the match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin? Do you know?
Ooh, yes, I'm gonna be in that one. I'm gonna bonk in that one.
Gonna do a lot of
Maybe I'm gonna
bonking.
ask I can play in both games. I don't think then other people will mind.
Awesome. Well, that is totally up to you all to decide on the Slytherin end of things. But yeah, as far as the Gryffindor matchup there, they are. Let me see here. All right, pulling up rosters. Too many names to go through right now.
There are never enough names to go through. Listen here.
Oh, and then we have our perfect. There we go. My apologies there. Now, Chaser game. I'm going to switch you over to Chasers Ketchup. Obviously, you've got certain seekers that you like to quote unquote bonk. Are there any chasers, and this can be on any team, or just in the league in general, or in the community in general, I should say, any chasers that you're like, I see that name, I want to send bludger at their face? Because, again, we're saying this in a very great way. It is complimentary because it means that they are good and you want to stop that from happening.
I never really have a chaser that I'm just like, oh, he's super good, I'm gonna focus him. But there is one when I see I'm just like, oh, and that is the Swift Stick Menace.
I do know who you're referring to there.
The holy bonks of all bonks against the Swift Stick Menace.
Absolutely, and I think that comes down to survivability. I would assume. So having
Correct.
someone who is able to do the dodging that Skinny is able to do is probably what you're referring to as far as not your favorite thing to go up against. And in addition to that, as a chaser, I also don't enjoy seeing that name because I generally will get tackled and the ball will be taken from me if I see him heading towards me. Um, Awesome. All right. Well, let's go ahead. Teams are still stacking up here. We're gonna pop
Let's
in a little break here.
let's
If
Can I
have
that,
a
say one
little
more thing before we go to break?
yeah, go for it, ketchup.
In the olden days, there is one chaser I was always, always attacking. And that was Tux, his AI chaser. The moment he switched off, his chaser was dead.
Amazing. That's a callback to, I guess, our 3v3 days there. Referring
good old
to when you do
days.
switch off, you have an AI player still there. That is very fair. I can absolutely see that for you. Awesome.
Ah,
All right, well, we are going to pop over to a break while these teams get ready for these last bit of games for the day. But we will be back soon with more Quidditch, so stay
And
tuned.
just remember, everyone, Daddy Hog is watching.
Didn't need that.
We do need that.
Stay a while, and I will make it worth your while. Worth your while. Stay a while, and I'ma go the extra mile. Extra mile. Boy, if you wait until the lights go down, I got some tricks that have you screaming out. So stay a while, and I'ma make it worth your while. Worth your while. Oh, just stay for a while.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the game currently with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw leading by 10-0. We are currently in the perspective of the what does it appear to be? Kadrox. We're currently in the perspective of Kadrox with Warbeard actually in possession of the Quaffle. He tried to make that goal, and it did go in by Katie though.
banger goal. 10 out of 10.
It was 10 out of 10 goal. Beautiful. It does appear that Hufflepuff Ravenclaw with a little bit of a lead on Snitch, but Hufflepuff's right behind them. Ketchup, what do you have to say about this game so far, even though it just started?
To be honest, it's closer than I thought it was gonna be. Snatch both is pretty close. Jason game is pretty close. They're both doing a really good job at just playing the game. No one is taking a big lead. No one is just letting a ball through.
That is very true. They are, basically both giving it their all. I mean, Hufflepuff does have something to prove with the losses they did have. And Ravenclaw is trying to, match that energy with the same take no prisoners kind of energy as well. Currently, we do have Ravenclaws actually close to catching a snitch. I mean, Hufflepuff would have to pull a hat trick to prevent that. But their Seeker is weak on the Hufflepuff side.
Don't always count on the second snitch. It's not over till the clock says 0.
That is very true. You can never count. You can only count on your own abilities. But Mitchie Mo with the catch for Ravenclaws, making it 50-10 with
Great
about
catch.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. That was a great catch.
To be honest, a 4-minute snitch catch, it's pretty normal. So it was the beaters just did their thing, but not many kills.
That's true. T-Dreams immediately with that goal, about 15 seconds in, making it 60-10. They are really trying to just, put that nail in the coffin as quickly as they can.
They really want to just end this game with a bang. The last loss against Slytherin maybe is a bit still salt in the mouth, and they just want to finish it strong.
It's that fresh wound, and they want to show that they aren't something to laugh at. T-Dreams with another goal. 70-10 back-to-back goals from T-Dreams. Snitch rate is pretty even so far between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. I mean, from a beater's perspective, what's something that
Chaser game.
Chaser game? I would
Chaser
agree with that.
They're really struggling on Chaser game, and it doesn't matter how much you help on Seeker. If you never score on Chaser, it's really hard to just win.
I agree with that 100%.
What the beater, I think, needs to do is just have bludger pressure. Bludger pressure everywhere. Go less for tackles and just keep those chasers pressured. Make them miss the passes. Make them miss everything. Force them to do stuff they don't want. Just make sure that the chasers are out of position.
It's very true. And in the background, we did have Warbeard make a goal, making it 70-20 in Ravenclaw's favor. But that Seeker game is close to actually evenly matched. I mean, we do have T-Dreams was trying to make a goal, but got knocked out. So Hufflepuff is did have possession, but they caused a free ball. They did get repossessed, though.
The only way Hufflepuff can catch up is if the beater gets a good hit on the enemy Seeker to steal that small percentage that gives them the lead.
That is very true. That big hit, even that hit from that beater can cause such a big momentum shift on Seeker game.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't always matter about the kills. It just matters about disruption, making sure the enemy team cannot play. And I see that a keeper actually killed a beater.
Oh, wow. And Katie did score, making it 70-30. It seems like there might be word for a comeback. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw both at that mark for that snitch.
It does seem that Hufflepuff has a bit of the lead, but do they also have the lead in the distance to the snitch?
That is
I really
true.
hope so. And
they did.
They actually did?
Green Black Cat actually got the catch on that snitch, making it 70-60. Could be a comeback for Hufflepuff.
Don't know how they did it. I'm gonna be brutally honest. I never expected this.
Neither did I. But the way they did catch it is they got around that turn, and when they're making that turn around the rings, they Green Black actually took a little bit of a shortcut, risking it on a wall bounce from the snitch.
That was such a good catch, but they had to follow it up with the chase game, which they did not seem to do. I
That is
think it's
true.
mathematically impossible to win now. 10-second respawn timer or so, maybe a little bit less. I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's not going to happen, but it was a close game, even so.
Hufflepuff did great out there. For the past few games, I
They
thought
did.
otherwise, but they really proved that they are something to be scared of.
That is very true. And even with them losing a chaser, still proving that with that setback, they still can prove to be a strong house. Yeah, I believe we do.
To be honest, a little bit more respect for Hufflepuff on my part. Did I see someone in chat say it's spicy ketchup? Oh, I'm sorry, that's just personal beef.
I believe so. Someone did say it's spicy ketchup.
It's Dementor. Oh, I'm gonna kick his ass when I get back into the VC.
Someone did also say earlier to rein you in.
Hey, welcome back, Cleet. I'm sorry to have replaced you for that game.
Malacosis did tell us to rein you in before he bonks you. Before you bonk them.
Cleet, you're still muted.
Cleet
I can see you talking, but
no, we don't need Cleet's voice.
That's
we
hilarious.
got the Destroyer of Dreams. It's fine.
They're forcing the mute on me. They're silencing me. That's cool. No, I apologize. I thank you for taking over for me there. I was getting some water, and that was a much needed break to rehydrate and let my mouth take a little break here from moving.
Must be nice getting a break.
Yeah, unfortunately, you didn't sign up for one of those in your contract. It was not listed, so that's an oversight on your end.
Get breaks on anything. Not even at my job. It's fine.
my team really
Awesome.
wants me back, so
All right, sounds good, Ketchup. I appreciate you covering.
Quick, dead block
It
them
was
in
great
here so they
chatting
can't
with
run
you.
away.
all right.
Best of luck
There
against
multiple people spamming me. Oh, it's time to
Awesome.
bonk Neo.
All right. Well, that was a really crazy match at the end there. I did swing back here and I was able to catch the very end of it. Obviously, Hufflepuff getting that snitch catch at the end was quite a turnaround. We almost saw that underdog comeback from them in that first game there.
That is very true. I mean, even with the setbacks they had, almost having that comeback has really proven that you shouldn't bet your eyes at them. They are a force to be reckoned with, even with setbacks, even with people not in the main roles that they're supposed to be in.
Absolutely, and maybe that's all they needed was just that little glimmer of hope there, a little glimmer of a chance to make that comeback here. And I think they saw that. Hufflepuff seeing that they were able to make that much of a dent in the deficit that they had. I really hope that that does bring them some sense of joy there for a job well done for sure.
That is very true. I mean, Hufflepuff, I never really seen Hufflepuff as weak, but the fact of them showing now to everyone else that Hufflepuffs have more strength than you actually believe.
Definitely. And we will go into a game two that was just game one for the Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw match there. So we will be going into a game two. I really do hope to see them come back even.
That
That
was
was game
game
two.
two.
I apologize. I was missing. My apologies. Awesome. So that where does that leave us? My apologies here. We are Gryffindor Slytherin now. Perfect. All right, so that does put us at the final match of the day there. All right, final match of the day here. It is Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the famous old rivalry from the series, of course, the Gryffindor versus Slytherin rivalry. We have seen Slytherin do have quite a dominating performance for the matches today. So I definitely anticipate seeing Slytherin come in strong. Obviously, we had a chance to talk to Shade here, and we spoke with Ketchup, both from Team Slytherin. They are definitely high energy right now, ready for this matchup. Gryffindor, on the other hand, They did have the loss against Ravenclaw in the very beginning, but after coming back strong against Hufflepuff and getting that win, hopefully they've got that momentum to put up a great showing against the Slytherin team right now, as they are standing undefeated. Slytherin team is.
It is very true. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that matchup between Dementor and Laggy. There's always been that, sportsmanship feud between a beater and a seeker that always drives a beater to improve as much as they can to take out any strong seekers that they see in their path.
Absolutely. I definitely expect to see some seeker focus from Laggy. I'm sure the Gryffindor team has noted that Dementor has been on a streak today of lots of snitch catching. So they will be going in with, I would assume, Disc Jockey or Neo as the seeker for the Gryffindor team in this match. And that will definitely play a difference as who they're going against. So going against someone like Dementor, I'm not familiar enough with Disc Jockey and Neo's individual play styles to say who would potentially go against Dementor the best there. But if we have learned from the Gryffindors so far, it's that they are not afraid of roster changes. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see both Neo and Disc Jockey at some point go against Dementor.
That is true. And I know from my personal experience, Disc Jockey plays a little bit more center focused on the snitch. And Neo plays more of like the center to outside ring of that viewership of the snitch, trying to give him that distance between the other seeker so that he doesn't get bumped, but also still be able to come in from like the side out of view and actually be able to get that sweeping bump that some seekers will do.
Definitely. Well, that will be something that we will absolutely see play out here soon. We will be having someone else from Hufflepuff team joining here soon. It will be Warbeard coming off of that Hufflepuff game there. So anyone who is excited, stay on the line here. Keep watching. We'll get Warbeard in here potentially before our Gryffindor Slytherin match. Ultimately, it will depend on how quickly these teams are able to get set up. Obviously, with all the technology issues and the game itself, custom matches, etc., it does take some time to get into these matches. So that unfortunately does fluctuate our schedule a little bit here. But with this final match coming up with Gryffindor versus Slytherin, like I said, if we're able to get Warbeard in beforehand, great. If not, we will be chatting after as well.
Warburg.
Yeah, sorry, what was that, Hug?
You saying Warburg?
Warbird.
Warburg.
Hey, there have been multiple mispronunciations of my name on streams like this, and it is much worse
Hey, you
than
can't
that. So
mispronounce my name because everyone's too afraid of me.
to say it at all, you're right.
No, they're not afraid of saying it. They're afraid of what I'll do if they mispronounce it.
Ah, um, all right. So
We
we
are
are
going into the
lining up
game.
actually. So it sounds like we will talk to Warbeard after. Gryffindor versus Slytherin in their lineup now. Kickoff is out and it is in the hands of Ilmage. Not someone that you want to see having that
It did
quaffle
go to
as they work
Veneer.
their way.
Those two have been a power team for each other, powerhouse together. And
Absolutely. The
Veneer did
synergy
make
is
that goal.
there. So that does put our score at 10-0 in favor of Gryffindor team, with Veneer getting that shot through. It is 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the game. So,
That is true.
snitch race, we see a slight lead to the Gryffindor team. They are a little bit in the lead with the snitch race, but still a
But we do
lot of
have,
room to go.
Ketchup did knock out Laggy in that background because he did say he did view Laggy as a threat to him. So
And
he did
clearly
take
he
her out.
is demonstrating that by taking her out there for sure.
But with him focusing on Laggy, it did give Gryffindor, that breathing room for their seeker to actually be able to. Ooh, and Dementor did get knocked out. Dementor
Yes,
did
we
get knocked
do
out
see Dementor
by
fall.
by Natty actually.
So that was a keeper kick then, it sounds like, on our seeker there for the Slytherin team, Dementor, who has been a solid seeker this entire game. There's a death for him, giving Neo, the seeker for Gryffindor, that lead. Neo now in the lead with the snitch race by a considerable amount. Quaffle is currently bouncing between the teams, it looks like there. However, it currently is in possession of the Gryffindor team as they make their way towards the Slytherin posts. Ilmage is the one who has the Quaffle, and he's going for a goal, but it is blocked by the Slytherin keeper there and sent back out to their chasers.
It is very true. But even with that Dementor knockout, they are strongly catching back up in that snitch race. They are not letting that, that knockout hold them back at all.
For sure, looking at the meters right now, you wouldn't even be able to tell that Dementor had that death because he has already made up all that ground that he lost with that death here. Awful game is pretty dead even still. We're 10 to 10, and it is quite a bit of back and forth between the chasers, taking shots at the keepers, and most of them just not quite going in. There's an example of one that does, though. Ilmage passed it over to one Worden, and he put it right through, or they put it right through the posts there, changing our score now to 20 to 10 in favor of the Gryffindors. Gryffindors are
Dementor
also in
does
the
have
lead
that
for that
lead.
snitch.
It's actually, yeah, Gryffindor is in that lead. I mean, even with that setback from Slytherin catching up, they're still showing that you're not going to get the snitch, but it is almost dead even on that snitch race. I
Yeah,
would
but it
feel
does
like
seem
this.
Dementor must be running that meter thief because I watched just a snippet of the Gryffindor snitch meter pop on over to the Slytherin side. So with him being in the losing side of the snitch race, getting that tackle, it looks like he stole some of that meter. And now Dementor is very much in the lead for this snitch race. They are going to need to tackle, kill, bludgeon that seeker. Otherwise, Dementor is going to get this catch and hold his streak.
That is very true. I mean, he will hold that streak so far of catching the snitch. But at the same time, through this tournament, it almost seems like Dementor did catch it, by the way. But it almost seemed like Dementor was that intangible object no one could knock out. But,
Yeah.
now he did prove that Dementor is touchable.
And we see some words of encouragement in the group chat of the Gryffindor team. We got this. They are pushing on through Ketchup, who was just in here eliminating Veneer, one of the chasers on the Gryffindor team. Cardi, Slytherin chaser, currently in possession of the Quaffle, heading down towards Natty, the Gryffindor keeper. Goes against for a one-on-one. I believe it did not make it through. I apologize. Did not see how it got out of there, but ultimately Gryffindor is in possession of the Quaffle. Ilmage, the Chasers now heading down towards the other end of the pitch. However, Beesman for Slytherin making that save and sending it back out to Groovy Games.
It is very true. I mean, Ilmage is trying to use that same tactic he did with Hufflepuff, which, kind of flying straight to that goal. But Slytherin's keeper is just following that same path he's going and just staying a little bit in front of him, so he has no chance. But then Ilmage just proved me wrong with a flying straight to the goal and making it.
Sure did, putting it now at 30 to 40. So Gryffindor is making up those points they lost in that snitch catch. And going against a seeker like Dementor, this is something that you should consider is making up those differences with the Quaffle. If you can get 3 goals on the board, that is just like canceling out that snitch catch.
Now I'm curious of how Laggy's feeling because this is her second being knocked out by Ketchup again. I'm curious of
We
how
do
she's
see some
doing with her
hero
morale.
farming as well, trying to get those kicks for the Seekers. However, Ilmage is putting another point on the board, tying up the game 40 to 40 now. 4 points, 4 Quaffle goals for Gryffindor, a snitch and a Quaffle for the Slytherin team there.
Ilmage
Ilmage
did just score again. He
steals the
stole it.
Quaffle. Man, that is the second time we have seen that this tournament, at least, where Ilmage is just waiting there to take the Quaffle right back from the keeper as soon as they get it and put it through the hoop.
I mean, he did try it earlier, and it didn't work out as well because he did rear cam, but it was too far of a shot, and it was too,
Mm.
direct.
All right, and that
That's,
snitch race is closing in a little bit. I will say Gryffindor is in the lead for this snitch race. And Gryffindor, they are currently in the lead with the Quaffle points too. So if they get this snitch catch, it will put them in a great spot for this game.
That is very true, and it looks like they will. They might. They actually have a chance because it is very
They
close.
are really getting close. Neo is closing in on that snitch. You know the meter is full, and there
Neo
it
did catch
is.
it. They
Neo
broke
getting
that
that
streak of
catch.
Dementor.
That puts us at 80-40 with 42 seconds on the clock. I believe mathematically it's impossible, and if not, it's really close to impossible. Anyways, this looks like it will be a Gryffindor win. So this is the first time we have seen Slytherin lose a snitch and lose a match today so far.
That is very true, and I wonder how it will actually affect their synergy in the team play. Because, being on that high streak of win after win, snitch after snitch, and then losing that snitch catch and a win in one of the rounds, I wonder how that's going to actually affect them.
Absolutely. And going into round two, the Gryffindor team has to be feeling great moving into this, taking that first victory from Slytherin, finally getting that kill shot in there to get that win. And more than anything now, they really want to get this second win in.
That's very true because they get the second win, even with their one loss against Ravenclaw. At the same time, even with the loss against them, it would kind of prove, you know, with Ravenclaw's loss against Slytherin, that Gryffindor is a little bit better, at versing a team that seemed to be unbeatable.
Yeah, Gryffindor clearly has locked in. It sounds like at this point, they had that first match. They won their first match of the day as a reminder there, if I'm not mistaken. But Ravenclaw really came back and just took them by surprise. So I think probably having that happen just set the fire under Gryffindor of like, all right, we've really got to get our move on here. We took that first win. Maybe it felt too easy. And so that's where they fell off with Ravenclaw. But clearly coming back and taking down the only team that hasn't lost a match so far is a great accomplishment for the Gryffindor team here.
And I mean, like I said earlier, with Dementor never being knocked out during this tournament, did in that match, then losing a snitch, it almost seems like Dementor is losing that momentum that they gained from all the other matches. And it appears we
Absolutely.
do have Warbeard in here now.
Yes, we
Hello,
do want to
hello.
bring Warbeard on in here. Warbeard has joined our group chat here. Warbeard, go ahead and give a hello for us.
How is it going, everyone?
Good, good. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone who should hopefully know who you are, but give a little introduction. Who are you? What do you do?
I am Warbeard. I founded Black Lake Open back in September. And I currently am the community administrator for Black Lake Open. And yeah, I was captain for Team Hufflepuff in today's tournament as well.
Awesome. Now, Hufflepuff obviously having a bit of a rough day with these matches, not having too much success. We did have the chance to talk to Mad Love, one of your beaters earlier. Seemed like spirits were staying high. Is that a pretty accurate depiction of the Hufflepuff team right now?
Oh yeah, I mean it was end of the day, the whole tournament, the whole idea of the tournament was fun and good times. Saw some really cool like team comps that you wouldn't usually see because, like haven't seen a lot of these people play together, and it's been pretty cool to see people coming together based on house and some of the monster teams and players that have come out. And on top of that, all the ones that couldn't necessarily make it that are also monster players from all these houses. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we definitely plan on doing this more. So I think in the coming like tournament like versions or in versions of this tournament, you're going to see some pretty wild lineups and team comps from all the houses. And who knows, there might be different variations based on schools, based on other things that'll make the team comps even more interesting. I mean, we hope to see you, Cleet and Hog here play in the next one. Like, we'll get someone else commentating, give you guys a break, let you get on the action. But I think this has been a crazy success. Like, I'm looking at the numbers. You have 54 people watching, so that's a pretty great turnout for a tournament. Games were all fun. I mean, we've had some connection issues, but I mean, that's Quidditch. I think we're already all kind of on board with that kind of stuff happening. So besides that, I think it was a great turnout. Everyone's been good spirits, good sportsmanship amongst all the teams. So yeah, overall, I'd say this is a great success, and I'm excited for the next ones.
Absolutely. No, and truthfully, I mean, even connection issues have been, knock on wood, because we're not done yet, but have been way less than what we've seen in the recent past, too. So even that's been working out really nicely of us being able to actually see these games play out. Um, yeah, no, I would absolutely. I look forward to playing in a future match for sure. I think I need a little break after the previous leagues had ended, but I am ready to get back in there for sure. All right. Well, thank you, Warbeard. I'm sure we'll bring you back in to chat a little bit at the end too, since this is your whole shebang. But
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are
absolutely.
heading into the Gryffindor versus Slytherin game 2 match here. So this should be a very intense match, especially after coming off of that first match there between Gryffindor and Slytherin. All right, teams are
I just
lined
want to say
up.
there's been a prediction put up as well for anyone in the Twitch chat here for this outcome. So make sure you predict who you think's going to win.
Perfect. That is, yes, as he said, just to reiterate there in the Twitch chat there, get your predictions out. The game has started at this point, though. We are 10 seconds in, and there is no points on the board yet. However, it does look like possession is in the hands of Ilmage, who puts it through the post instead, putting Gryffindor on the board there with 10 points. It is currently 10-0 with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here between Gryffindor and Slytherin. All right, and Gryffindor is also in the lead, or was in the lead. It looks like, but we did have a drop there, so my apologies. Slytherin actually has the current snitch lead for sure. Gryffindor's snitch meter is near 0 at this point, meaning we probably did see some tackling happening there on Disc Jockey, who's currently playing Seeker for Gryffindor.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Possession currently is well, just switched actually right on over to Gryffindor. Gryffindor now in possession of the ball, passing it up to it's Harry. It's Harry, one of the Gryffindor chasers in possession, heading towards the Slytherin posts, going for a shot, but is unable to as it is blocked by Shade, the Slytherin keeper, who sends it on out to his chasers to try and make something work down at the Gryffindor end of the pitch now as they approach. Does look like they made it to the posts and able to send one through. Cardi puts Slytherin on the board, so it is now 10-10. Tie game as far as Quaffle goes, but not a tie game for the Snitch because Slytherin is definitely in a bit of a lead for that. However, we just saw either a death or a bump send that meter down a bit, so it is a little bit closer between the two teams at this point.
That is very true. It is very close. I mean, it is anyone's game in general, with it being so long until the match ends. But we did see Ilmage trying to make that, and Shade just completely staying in front, saying, "You're not getting past me."
Definitely. Shade is locking down those posts in this game. Not much has gotten past. Malacosis, though, with the Quaffle trying to make something work. It looks like they are doing a little bit of farming between their chasers and the keeper there to try and make something happen with that snitch meter.
Cardi did make that shot, though, right past Gryffindor's keeper, and with them getting close to catching that snitch, it
Yeah,
would make it a
Dementor is
50-10.
very close to that snitch catch at this point. So we do need to see some work from Gryffindor, but their beater, Lagula Strange, is down, so unable to make anything happen with the Seeker. That's going to be on the Chasers and the Seeker to try and prevent this catch. Dementor really closing in on that catch right now, and this will send Slytherin quite a bit ahead as Dementor, the Slytherin Seeker, catches it there. We see Draco Malfoy snitch in hand. Slytherin now at 50 points, Gryffindor at 10, exactly halfway through the match at the almost exactly, at the 3 minute and 40-second mark is where we're at now.
This is interesting. It's completely like a switch up on how well the first game was to this one, with having, 50-10 gap between them. That they basically now it's a 50-20. Gryffindor is coming back for that.
That does close the gap up from a 40-point difference to a 30-point difference. I always like to point that out because that is a snitch of a difference. And with a snitch catch now, Gryffindor would be able to tie up that. Will point out, though, we're pretty far away from a snitch being caught right now. So Quaffle game is probably where this focus is going to be. We're going to see Gryffindor trying to close that gap, and we're going to see Slytherin very much trying to extend it so that regardless of that last snitch catch, they win this game.
It is very interesting seeing the play style from before to now. It seems, to everyone else seems like pretty normal play style, but Gryffindor switched it up, and Slytherin's been studying how they played to prevent that second win against Gryffindor.
Absolutely. Cardi, a Slytherin chaser, hanging out around the Gryffindor post, trying to get on path and is successful, making it a 60-20 game now in favor of the Slytherin team. Snitch race is pretty close, but I'd say a little bit in favor of the Slytherin team there. Gryffindors currently have the quaffle, though, as they are heading on down towards Shade, the Slytherin keeper, trying to get one past him with a pass to Malacosis, but unable to make that goal there. Plus, we did see a death happen to one of the Gryffindor chasers there from Shade, the keeper.
That's true. And then they have another knockout as well. Dementor got knocked out by Laggy.
All right, we are a minute and a half left in this game. Gryffindor does have a bit of a lead on that snitch race, and they are going to need to make that catch if they want a chance at this game. On the other hand, they also need another quaffle goal, and Ilmage is going in to try and get that for them. Unsuccessful, though, as the quaffle is now in possession of the Slytherin team. Malakos is heading on down with the quaffle towards Natty at the Gryffindor posts, or Count-Tails, I apologize. Able to get one through there. Malakos is adding another 10 points onto the Slytherin total. So we are a minute left in this game. 50-point difference with Slytherin at 70 and Gryffindor at 20. Gryffindor also fell behind on that snitch race, so now Slytherin is pulling ahead. Gryffindor really needs to see a death on the Seeker, a catch, plus some quaffle goals. We've only got 40 seconds left, but Ilmage is doing his best to keep them in this game. 30-70. Gryffindor is going to need to kill the Seeker, who Dementor for the Slytherins is about to catch and end this game. They have to kill Dementor, and they don't. Dementor catches the snitch, making it 100-30 in favor of Slytherin. Slytherin will take this match.
It is interesting to see how Dementor, even after, that little shakeup being knocked out and losing a snitch, still did not let that affect them at all and how they caught both snitches.
Definitely, definitely. And this does take us, if I'm not mistaken, to a game 3 now because we've had a Gryffindor win and we've had a Slytherin win. So this will be game 3 to decide between Gryffindor and Slytherin, one of the most known rivalries in the series. Who will take this match here? Going into it, I think you're right. As far as the snitch race, that was pivotal there for them to make that catch ultimately. What are your thoughts overall? And, whichever perspective, Slytherin or Gryffindor, going into this game, what are your thoughts on what you would adjust?
What I honestly would adjust is, they're expecting Ilmage to be that like leading front. But if Ilmage was able to have that outlet instead of just having him by himself for ISOs, would make a change for them to have split focus. And as we have done before in our own practices, uh, they have that split focus. One sets up, that keeper's attention is more to that one that's setting up versus one that already has it. So it leaves that like couple second gap to actually score and make that keeper second guess where they're going. Seeker race wise, there was to seem to be like a severe lag, not like a lag, but a severe difference in how um Dementor and the Gryffindor Seeker actually were keeping up with it. I mean, with that, like, with the first game, it was, more neck and neck and everything. But with the second game, it kind of felt more one-sided throughout the whole game.
Absolutely. Now, Warbeard, if you're still in here, I want to bring you back in. What are your
Yes,
thoughts
sir.
here? Obviously, we just saw Gryffindor versus Slytherin. We've got a 1-1, one win for each of them. I'd say this is a pretty awesome outcome for a final game of your tournament of houses to go to a game 3 with Gryffindor versus Slytherin. What are your thoughts after watching those first two games?
I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. It can go either way with any game, especially when it goes to the third game. But like, I mean, especially between one of you mentioned earlier, it's like Slytherin versus Gryffindor. That's kind of like the storybook matchup. So it's definitely great that it's gone to game 3 for sure. I think that's a great way. Is this the finals? I might be behind here, but
This
if
is
so,
round 3. This is the final round of the round robin part.
okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, either way, what a great game to have go to game 3. I mean, both teams played excellent. I think Gryffindor needs to think about uh, doing something about Dementor because he's clearly an issue. He was an
Yep.
issue when we played against Slytherin. So I
Absolutely.
mean, that seems to be kind of the go-to answer is deal with Dementor and
100%. I think Gryffindor is in an interesting position because they definitely have the quaffle game to combat Slytherin that I'm not sure all the other teams have had generally. But Ilmage obviously is putting in some work with the quaffle game, and that's what's made it so that Gryffindor can keep up with Slytherin there. But I think it goes to show too. I mean, Dementor is clearly the issue. The only game that Slytherin has lost so far involved the one time Dementor did not catch the snitch. I don't think that's coincidence. That's
yeah.
definitely a key indicator of their performance there. So I think putting that pressure on Dementor, so Laggy really making sure that Dementor dies, is something very pivotal for their game going into game 3.
Yes. Okay.
That is where we are at with the standings then. Perfect. So to reiterate that to our stream here, we've just got the inside information. If Slytherin wins this match right now, it will make them the winners for the entire tournament, since they will have won against all of the other teams at that point. If Gryffindor takes the win in this, it will make a three-way tie, so that will lead to more games to finalize this tournament here. But yeah, as far as this specific series, it does put us at a 1-1 with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hufflepuff has lost to the other teams at this point, so that is what would make up the three-way tie, as Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw would have all lost to each other in a little triad there. So, going into this game here, it could be our last one, or it could just continue us into breaking the tie between the other teams here, the other houses as well.
I mean, who doesn't love, a good extended Quidditch?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I really can go either way with this. I'm very excited to see the Gryffindors lay it all out on the pitch. They are definitely going to be trying to take this last one as they got that little taste of victory, and I know that they want to feel that again. So with going into this, I assume that they are having these strategic discussions as well about how best to tackle that.
True. I mean, Slytherin being that powerhouse that they are, really showing it this tournament. But then you got Gryffindor with that first game kind of saying you're not all that you think you are, all the power you think you have. but Slytherin's still powering through that second game to try and prove them wrong. It's going to be very interesting how this third game's actually going to turn out to be.
Absolutely. While we do have a little downtime here too, we do have another event for everyone to go ahead and check out. It's the Quidditch Trials. You can find that in here. I'm going to give you a little blurb here. This is me reading. Oh well, I can read, believe it or not. If you're enjoying the lore accuracy ish of this Gryffindor versus Slytherin showdown that we are watching right now, check out the Quidditch Trials. Mooney is someone that you can contact for more details about that as well. So definitely feel free to reach out to Mooney on Discord here if you want more information about the Quidditch Trials. We are always looking for more and more things to involve this Quidditch community. It has an awesome group of people as it's following right now. I love that we are still playing this game and finding new ways to play it. So definitely check out those trials there. And again, any questions, reach out to Mooney there as they'll be able to get you set up with that. I am getting notifications that we are in game here. Thank you for that. Let's get that all pulled up here momentarily. We will be flipping into this game 3 of Gryffindor versus Slytherin.
Kind of looking forward to this. With Ketchup with Ketchup viewing Laggy as a threat and seeing that in the gameplay of how those two are almost battling like titans. It'll be interesting to see, if anything will change up in the play styles between, Chaser game, or if anything will change up with the way Laggy actually accommodates for that target painted on her back.
Yeah, and we are getting word just from people involved in the game right now. It looks like there was a disconnect, so we did restart. The game did start, but we will be starting that over. So don't worry, you didn't miss anything yet. It doesn't look like we will be going back into this
It
game
was
between
41.
Gryffindor and Slytherin. What was that?
The good old 41, 41st minute
Good
of the
old
hour.
yes, yes. Um,
Gotta love it.
Fantastic.
We
All right,
love
so
we
they are
love
setting up.
WB. We love WB here at Black Lake.
Of course, absolutely. Oh, it does look like it was possibly the seeker that disconnected as well. So even more so, that's a pretty important disconnect. Not to say that any role or every role isn't important on the field, but the seeker is a pretty important one to have
Yes,
on there with your team. Um,
exactly.
All right. I believe we will be gearing up for this final one. Fingers crossed that we do not have any disconnect issues here for either team. Obviously, wishing the best of luck to both Gryffindor and Slytherin here for this match. Slytherin trying to win the entire tournament for with this, and Gryffindor trying to stop Slytherin from winning the tournament entirely here. Which tale as old as time, I suppose, between Gryffindor and Slytherin here. All right, kickoff is in the air, and it does look like possession currently in the hands of
Even
Cardi, Slytherin chaser there.
now, Cardi was that determining factor on that chaser game in the last game, and they've proven that they are going to be a determining factor again.
Absolutely, and they are showing that with points on the board within the first 30 seconds. Cardi putting 10 points on the board for Slytherin. It is now 10-0 in favor of Slytherin, but we are only 6.5 minutes into this. Sorry, we have 6.5 minutes left of this game. Plenty of time to make something happen. Ilmage for Gryffindor is heading on down to the keeper. Doing a nice dodge out of the way of Shade's view there, straight through the hoop. Ilmage ties up the score. It
And
is now
Elmage is
10-10.
Elmage is perched up in that corner, ready to attack, but they're not going to be able to
Sure
get that
is.
off
Does
against Shade.
not get the attack off, though. All right, and Malacosis, chaser for Slytherin, had the quaffle currently at the post, the Gryffindor post, going up against Natty. not able to make a goal there. It is in possession of the Gryffindor team. Gryffindor is now holding that quaffle. Natty sends it on out to her chasers, passes midfield, but it is picked up by a Slytherin chaser. So Slytherin is actually in possession of this quaffle right now. They are at the Gryffindor posts trying to make that goal in there, but it is stolen
Veneer is
away
not letting
from
that
them.
happen. They were knocking on that door, and Veneer was not going to let them come in.
Absolutely. Veneer definitely not letting them get any
We do
further and then
also
pass it off
notice,
to Natty.
snitch race wise, Gryffindor is up, or was up at least.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Gryffindor is definitely in the lead with the snitch right now, and they could really use this catch again.
And
Dementor's been
Ilmage
catching a
with
lot of
another goal,
snitches.
making it 2010 as well. I mean, with that, if they can get that snitch catch, that'll make it 50-10, the same outcome as it was for the game 2, but in flip with Slytherin when they had 50-10.
Absolutely. That snitch meter is filling up fast for Neo, the seeker for Gryffindor. If Gryffindor can make this catch, that'll give them a 40-point lead. I apologize, 50, because Ilmage just puts
And they did
another
make
goal
it.
through.
That makes it
Man.
60-10. Neo came out of the Matrix with that one.
And at the 420 mark, it is, as you said, 60-10 in favor of Gryffindor, with Ilmage putting a shot on the board, Neo catching the snitch. That made a huge difference. We are now 50 points ahead for the Gryffindor team. Slytherin is going to pick it up here if they are going to have a chance at this game. And if we think there is a team able to do it, I would say it's Slytherin. Gryffindor, however, is holding on to possession of that quaffle now, heading towards the Slytherin post, trying to increase that distance for them from the 50-point differential.
It is very clear that Gryffindor does not want to end here. They want to continue it to prove that they are the best house for Quidditch. I mean, with that 60-10, they are really proving why Gryffindor has always beat out Slytherin.
Absolutely. And after we pass the halfway point of this match, Ilmage puts another one through. That is now 70-10 in favor of the Gryffindors. The Gryffindors got a snitch catch. The Gryffindors are putting points on the board as far as the Quaffle games go. Gryffindor is showing up for this match for sure.
We do have Karya to try to make a goal, and it was saved. Natty is being that brick wall they need to be. We do have Gryffindor in possession. They're heading up. See if they can pull another trick on Shade, and they can't actually.
No, not able to. Shade gets the ball and passes it on back out. However, Gryffindors do get possession of the ball from the keeper there and take it right on back to the hoops. Not able to capitalize on a goal there, though. Snitch
I will
race, I would say Slytherin is actually in the lead here, so Dementor is trying to make that comeback and get this catch for the Slytherin team, as they did not get that first one, which really made a big point difference right now on the board. They're going to need to catch this snitch and get some quaffle points on the board. Otherwise, Gryffindor is going to take this and run with it.
Karya does come back with that goal, making it 70-20. If the Dementor is able to catch that snitch and they can make a couple more goals, they could tie it or even win it. I mean, it is anyone's game, even with a minute 50 left, but it would come down to the wire unless they can lock in.
For sure. Slytherin is currently hanging on to that quaffle, but Ilmage gets possession of it again. Ilmage heading down the field with the quaffle. He's trying to increase that gap, making it harder for Slytherin to come back by putting one through. He passes, in fact, to Veneer. Looks like a back pass, I think.
It
Veneer putting
was.
it on through, making it 80-20 in favor of Gryffindor. However, Slytherin is closing in on that snitch, and with that snitch catch, it will close the gap quite a bit if they're able to make it happen.
Dementor did catch that snitch, does make it, 50-30. It is truly anyone's game at this point. All they need to make is, 3 more goals just to tie it.
For sure, and it is possible, especially from this team. We have seen some great gameplay. However, I will say Slytherin has mainly been shining in their seeker aspect of it. The snitch catches have really been where they shine. So this comeback needing those 30 points on the quaffle, it's not necessarily been where they've capitalized so far, but that doesn't mean they can't do it yet. Malacosis there on the Malacosis and Cardi there with our chasers for the Slytherin team. I apologize, I did leave somewhat. Luke Turner as the other chaser as well. Cardi
Cardi
putting one
did make
through
that
though.
goal, but
That
that's
does
not going to be enough time though, because with only being
exactly. I
20
was going to
seconds
say the
left.
same thing there. Yep. We did see Ilmage was dead though, so it looks like either Laggy as the beater or one of the other chasers decided there was enough of him scoring.
Well, you can't say that because Ilmage is on Laggy's team.
I apologize. You're right. I meant the
Yeah, that's
Slytherins.
rude. Hey, your own beater's gonna kill you, so you can't score. Now,
All right, that
with
does
Gryffindor
end the
winning that
match there,
2-1.
putting Gryffindor as the winners of this round. So what that means, Gryffindor taking that win means that Gryffindor beat Slytherin, but Slytherin beat Ravenclaw, and Ravenclaw beat Gryffindor. And so because of that, that is why this tournament cannot be over yet, because it is a three-way tie between Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. Warbeard, where does this take us?
Warbeard is not here at the moment.
Not in here. I
Can't
Oh,
take a
well.
message.
Oh, perfect. There we are.
We are trying to decide that. I won't lie to you. We
Awesome.
because if we do another best of 3, it could end up 2-1 still.
True.
Yeah, like it could end up with the same scenario as our.
Gotcha.
We might do best of 1s.
Do we want to jump on a break right now and then just come back with an update?
Yes, we'll do a quick break and we will quickly figure this out.
Sounds good. We will be back, everyone, while we figure out exactly how this tie is going to be broken. But see you soon for some more Quidditch.
Feel my heart, it's beating. All my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. All my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say Won't you say why you're a stranger now? Your eyes escape mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of bluffing the bushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time faster down the spiral, going viral through my body and brain. Spreading quicker, getting sicker from the fever. You're the matches, I'm the flame. No, I don't wanna stop the motion. Oh, I go crazy for emotion. Keep on moving with me underneath the shadows. We can both go down. You and me, like a spectral dizzy. We feel like a daydream dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy, dizzy. Pull me until I don't ever wanna wonder what the feeling's like. Ain't no other, you're the thunder, I'm the lightning, set the sky on fire. No, I don't wanna stop the motion. Oh, I go crazy for emotion. Get lost inside the storm and it goes on and on, we come alive. You and me, like a spectral dizzy. We feel like a daydream dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy, dizzy. Like a spectral dizzy, and me like a daydream dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy, dizzy. Dizzy.
Welcome back, ladies and gents and non-binaries, to the final match of Quidditch between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I'm
Yeah, so
accompanied
we
here
did. Oh, go ahead. I
by
apologize, Hog.
Fleet. Good sir.
Gonna cut you off.
How dare you?
Just to give a little explanation of what all went down on that break there. So we are going into one final game of Quidditch. This is the last one. Everything's on the line here for the whole tournament. They checked point totals to see which two teams had the highest point totals throughout the whole tournament. It was Gryffindor and Slytherin. So Gryffindor and Slytherin are going head to head in one final game of Quidditch. Everything on the line. Winner takes all. So we will see in one singular game of Quidditch. Again, I'm going to emphasize this is not a best of three. This is one game of Quidditch, and the winner of this game will decide the tournament winner ultimately.
No, Clee, as friends, right?
I suppose.
I will
Your anime
take.
character's just staring at me, so.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I will take I'll take a bet with you.
Okay, what's your bet?
I bet my starting position on the Dumbledore's army that Gryffindor will take the win.
I'm not going to bet against our Gryffindors. There's no way.
You
Sorry.
gotta. I already took the winning team.
Nah. I am supporting Gryffindor here too. No
Nope,
offense,
I already took them.
Slytherin.
Nah, you're taking
Um,
Slytherin and you're gonna take them. You're gonna take them like
Speaking
a big
of,
boy.
Let's throw it in the chat. I would love to see what support we've got. Give me a Gryffindor, give me a Slytherin, give me some snakes and lions. This game is going to come down to just one. I'm sorry, this tournament is going to come down to just one match. CompuGamer, Ravenclaw is not playing. Just to address the chat, I'm going to do one more time just to kind of let you know what's going on with the tournament. They, in that break, tallied all of the points between the four teams. Three teams specifically that had each lost one game. The two teams that had the most points over the course of the tournament were Gryffindor and Slytherin. So they are going to move on to the final match to decide this tournament. That means that Ravenclaw will be the third place team in this tournament with Hufflepuff at fourth place. But this match will determine the winner of the tournament between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I see some go Gryffindor from Black Rose. No Slytherin support yet. Hopefully, there's some Slytherin supporters out there watching the stream too.
Anyone in the chat, I will respectfully make a bet with you. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. If Gryffindor loses, Laggy Lestrange has to kick Daddy Hog off the Dumbledore's army.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with that. It's good knowing you, Hog.
Are you saying Gryffindor won't win?
No, I think Gryffindor is absolutely going to come through with the
Wow,
win here.
you're a Gryffindor, but you support Slytherin now, huh? We've
However,
got.
if Slytherin does win this,
Yeah, I guess we have to do
we do not
predictions.
have predictions in the Twitch chat yet. Hopefully that is something that we can get in here for you to start doing. In the meantime, though,
I'm so confident. I'm confident Gryffindor will win that I will stake my chaser role on Dumbledore's army on it.
well, again, fingers crossed that it comes through because I'm a Gryffindor through and through. But that was Slytherin team. We did have we had a couple of people from the Slytherin team in this box with us today. They are also all great people, great players. Obviously, we are just looking for everyone to have fun and enjoy their time here on the pitch. However, if Gryffindor wins, I won't be sad about it, is what I'll say. um, uh, Perfect. The prediction for the grand finals is officially on Twitch, so you can go on there now and vote. Predict who you think will win this final matchup between Gryffindor and Slytherin. As of now, we do see some favoring of Gryffindor in the chat. Where is Slytherin's support right now?
I had to bet on Gryffindor because if I don't, I'm off a team.
Exactly.
So I have to bet on Gryffindor, otherwise I'm done for, man. My career will be over.
I'm sure you'll find a place, maybe on the
No, I
Hogs.
won't. Hey, hey.
Name's fitting.
Listen, my name's been Hog since before the Hogs were conceived.
All right, I do see some support coming in for Slytherin. There are some votes going towards our Slytherin friends here as well. Regardless, we do know it is going to be a great matchup between the two teams. Obviously, super excited. We will see them play at Hogwarts again. This is the Tournament of Houses, so where else are they going to play other than in Hogwarts itself? We're going to load into this Hogwarts day scene between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The final match of this day-long tournament that we've got here comes to an end with these two teams facing off against each other. Pretty poetic, I would say, again, in the overall Harry Potter lore to see Gryffindor versus Slytherin here. All right, kickoff is happening and the ball is in the air at this point. Ilmage for Gryffindor gets possession of that quaffle there and is going to head on down towards the Slytherin's post, trying to get an early score on the board there, but it does not go through. We do have a save there from the Slytherin keeper, which I believe is Shade currently playing. Now we have Groovy Games with the ball, passing to Malacosis. Malacosis for Slytherin, heading towards the Gryffindor post and passing back to Groovy, who is able to push it right on through, making it a 10-point lead for Slytherin, 10-0. Time is 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Groovy putting that first goal on the board.
I will say that was a solid play they did to go get the quaffle in.
We saw a
I mean,
lot of pass play and movement there, definitely.
we did, and it seems like that did work out pretty well against Gryffindor's keeper. So that might be a weakness, but also without Gryffindor having that back support to cut off that passing route.
Yeah, and we did see Cardi go in for a one-on-one against Natty, but Natty was able to make the save. Looks like some more attempts there on the Gryffindor goal. We're doing some farming here. It looks like Veneer passing back to his keeper, Natty. Looks like they're
Ilmich does
trying to get
have
some
it.
kicks. Ilmage now, yes, having the possession of the quaffle, going for a shot, not getting it through though, as Slytherin takes possession of the quaffle again. They are now farming, trying to get some kicks on that seeker. If we do look at the snitch race, it is pretty close. I would say there's a slight lead there for the Gryffindor team, I believe, but it's pretty close to be honest between the two seekers right now.
I would say it's only maybe like a couple point differential in that seeker race. And with, you know, with both seekers playing so hard, with Neo did just get hit though, by a bludger or by a kick, and he is severely weak. So one bludger hit or one beater hit, and they are down. But it is a
Definitely.
severe. And Groovy did just make another goal, making it 2010, with
Perfect. Yeah,
Slytherin
groovy for
actually
Slytherin.
leading now in seeker race. But I have a feeling
Absolutely.
it may actually come down to that snitch.
And Neo is still hanging out at low health, not quite able to regen. Dementor right there with him, though. Both Seekers at low health. Neo getting some recovery, but Dementor is dead. Dementor has been taken down. The Slytherin Seeker, meaning Gryffindor, is pulling ahead in the lead on that snitch race, which they need because they are behind on Quaffle right now. 20-10 in favor of Slytherin. Went for another goal there, but Shade, the Slytherin keeper, is able to keep them from tying up that match. Currently, the snitch is getting close to 100% for Gryffindor. They're going to have to take care of Neo, otherwise Neo very well could make this catch on Dementor, making the second snitch catch over Dementor. And
And a little
again,
side note,
yeah,
Ketchup did just get knocked out by Laggy, which also gives Neo that just a little bit of breathing room they'd need, but does not work out because Dementor does catch that, making it 50-10.
Dementor does catch the snitch yet again. That puts a 40-point difference between Gryffindor and Slytherin right now. Gryffindor is very much at a point where they pretty much are going to need that second snitch, or they're going to have to really pick up the Quaffle game. And I'm just not sure that is doable against a team of this caliber to be able to score that many goals on Quaffle. Shade demonstrating that by making the blocks there and getting it on out to Cardi. Cardi passing up to Groovy. They are clearly able to get that quaffle from one end of the pitch to the other very quickly. Veneer was able to recover the quaffle though and pass it to their keeper Natty, keeping it in possession of the Gryffindor team. Veneer currently a lot of pass play between all of the Gryffindor chasers, but Veneer seems to be the one that is mainly maintaining the possession of the quaffle, trying to make a goal on there. We see Shade's perspective as Shade makes the stop. Veneer unable to make that goal there. So we keep the score at 50-10 with the snitch race again. Pretty close. Maybe a slight favor to Gryffindor, but honestly, really close there. A bump, anything would change that.
That's very true. And, they have to watch those turnarounds, especially around Shade, because I've noticed that Shade's been tracking that Seeker wherever Neo goes.
Yeah, and Shade is a wall for this game today. Shade not allowing some of these top chasers like Ilmage to be able to get these points on the board, and that is really hurting Gryffindor right now to not be able to get those quaffle points, especially since they lost the snitch race in the first one.
That's very true. And with it only being one game, I mean, this comes down to everything. This comes down to all the marbles. And if they cannot pull it out, they cannot pull out those stops, then Slytherin will come out on top.
Definitely. Gryffindor, though, in possession of the quaffle. Ilmage trying to make that goal. Shade not allowing it, though. therefore keeping that lead for Slytherin. We still see the snitch race is very close right now. Gryffindor needs this snitch catch if they want a chance, especially now that Ilmage just put another goal through the board, or through the post. So now we are at 20-50. There's only 30-point difference. Snitch race is close, but Slytherin has edged out a little bit in the front of that snitch race. They are going to have to do some damage to Dementor, because if Dementor catches, I fear that will absolutely finalize this game and make Slytherins the winner of the tournament. So everything is riding on Dementor and Neo right now, with Neo pulling out the catch, tying up the game. We have a minute left in this final match, 50-50. This is really going to come down to a lot of quaffle game, but if it does tie up or remain tied, then it could come down to a third snitch catch, depending on how the game plays out here. All eyes on the Chasers now, as they are just looking to break that tie and have that 60-50 lead, so that when the clock hits 0, they're the winners. Currently no success on their end, with the keepers being able to keep them out of the posts. Slytherin in possession. Go
I
for it,
can't
Hog.
believe the nerves that both teams have, especially being tied up with only 18 seconds left. You know, the
Yes.
smallest mistake can
And
cost
Cardi
the
is
game for
hanging
them.
out at those posts trying to get the Slytherin goal. However, it is currently in possession of Slytherin. They're heading right on back to Natty to try and put one through on her. Unable to, though. Natty makes the save, gets it on out to Ilmage. We are in sudden death. Next goal will win this. If Gryffindor can make the goal, they can't. Cardi takes possession, passes it up to Groovy Games. We need one more goal to go through, and that will decide this game. Also, again, a snitch catch would do it as well. Both keepers are on the edge of their seat, trying to make sure this does not go through on their post. One word, and currently in possession of the ball for Gryffindor, heading down to the
You just
Slytherin
see that
post.
swarm around him too. Like, everyone is on top of him.
Absolutely. We see Blooders going after the keepers to try and add distraction. And Veneer puts through the
With a
goal. I believe
beautiful goal.
Ilmage had the ball, passed it over to Veneer. Veneer puts it through. That is a win for Gryffindor in this game. Gryffindor making the comeback. Slytherin was dominating this tournament from the beginning, and Gryffindor able to put a stop to that. Congratulations to both teams. Truly, Slytherin, an amazing performance the entire day. Clearly the favorite in a lot of ways, where they were dominating, but Gryffindor was able to go up against them and pull out a win.
Very true, and it also saved my Quidditch career as well. With that win, that actually saved my career.
Yes, you get to stay on the team. Congratulations. All right, we are so excited for both teams, all teams involved, but especially for the Gryffindors pulling it out there. I do see Warbeard has popped in here. Warbeard, would you like to give some words about the tournament as a whole?
Wow. What a way to end it. Like, that's yeah, you couldn't ask for a better final game. Honestly, that was insane on both teams. Like, that came down to the wire. It could have gone either way. That was spectacular. So congratulations to Gryffindor for winning the Tournament of Houses after this long. And I just wanted to say thank you from everyone here at Blackley for bearing with us. I know this is a long tournament, but I mean, yeah, hopefully that last game there was a good way to end it and worth the wait.
Absolutely. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed themselves. Warbeard, did you intend for anything to go on longer? Do we want to do any talking? Do you want to wrap it up here? I just want to make sure I'm
I mean, if you guys if you want to do some interviews with the winners there, like, I can get them dragged in here for you. If we can try and coordinate that, but like, obviously, I imagine some people want to get on with their day. So, like, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Cleet and Daddy Hog for casting this whole thing. Jay Dodging was behind the scenes running everything, with minus the hiccups and some time issues. I think everything went pretty well, and we hope next month is just going to be better. And And I'm being told the VOD will be on YouTube at some point. We'll share the link on the Black Lake Discord when that happens. And but yeah, congratulations, Gryffindor. What a game! Like, yeah, that was crazy.
I am getting notification here from people. We do have Ilmage and Neo looking to possibly pop in from the winning team, Gryffindor there. So Hog, up to you if you want to hang around and interview them. I'm happy to stay on for a little bit and chat with them. If anyone wants to hang around and hear from them, we'll just do a kind of quick interview
Give
and
me
touch
2
base
seconds.
with the
I will get
winners.
permission set up here.
Perfect. Yeah, Ilmage,
Just drag them, grab them by their throat and drag them.
get on in here.
Tell them Daddy Hog sent them.
All
They
right,
must
so
be
that will
summoned.
be Ilmage joining us, or Ilmage. You know what? I'm gonna have them let me know because I've been saying it different
It's
the entire
Ilmage.
day. Ilmage. All right, I
It's
always thought it
actually
was
Lil Mage.
Image.
No, it's Lil Mage. Lil.
Phoenix, so PHX.
Yeah, I lost a bet. I
Neo,
lost a
I
bet, so
believe.
it's Little Mage.
Yeah, it's Lil Mage. I won a bet because I told Laggy that I bet my Quidditch career in Dumbledore's army. That if Gryffindor didn't win.
Oh, there, I got him.
Awesome.
scroll
All
down
right,
here.
so we have okay, Ilmage in here as well. One of the winning chasers from the game we just watched, the whole tournament we just watched. We are also bringing in Neo, the seeker, there in that last game of Quidditch that we watched between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Let's start off with Ilmage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. You know, the other team was getting tired. They were sitting in chairs a little bit, but you know, we overcame, and yeah, we had to lose that first series. You know, get people excited. Not sure what's going to happen, but you know, of course, we had to win. That's just the way the movies go.
I see. So it was part of the theatrics. That was part of the plan
Yeah.
all along.
The spirit of Dumbledore was on your side.
Yeah, we had to make you guys
I
do all the
mean-
math, all the calculations, see what's going on with the finals, and yeah, this was the best outcome, I think.
Absolutely, yes. If there's any house that's into theatrics, it would be Dumbledore and the Gryffindors for sure. To pull up and show that win off. Now, Neo, obviously, as a seeker, there you were going against Dementor, who we've been talking about a lot today as one of the dominating seekers in the game. So being able to get 2 snitch catches on Dementor, I believe 2 total over the tournament, and the only 2 caught against Dementor. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. First of all, shout out to the mentor. He was an amazing. He's an amazing seeker. And it was an amazing matchup. I had to log in. But you know, we're also talking about how we are Gryffindor, so we have a bit of plot armor there. So you know, the plot armor also takes part. So you know, it was just like a very amazing match. It was very intense. We were all sweating, palm sweaty. But just glad to get the win for the Lions, you know. So to all my Lions out there, roar up, you know, let's roar, let's get it.
Awesome. Now, I want to know, what was the energy like going into this final game? What was the mindset? Did you have any type of, team get in the right mind zone or anything like that?
I think we were just super positive the whole time. Because we knew we were gonna win anyways, so we just had to like make it as exciting for the viewers as possible. But yeah, we were super. There was no negative energy. We all knew we were just gonna lock in and get the W because you know that's how it intended, and we saw what happened.
Yeah.
We won by 1 in overtime.
We were talking about how even if we somehow like lost, Dumbledore was gonna appear and be like, no, guys, Gryffindor actually won because of this or that. So you know, we were like trying to think positively about the match and just try to like keep the good vibes going. You know, as a Gryffindor, you know, definitely.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, Dumbledore would have pulled some strings to make sure. Actually, no, that's phenomenal. Well, you both played amazingly. Again, Neo definitely getting those catches on Dementor, the only one to do it today. And Ilmage, we saw so many points go through with your name there on the banner. So you should absolutely both be proud of that game there. Hog, do you have any questions specifically for Ilmage or Neo?
Not really more questions, more of a statement.
Go for it.
Ilmage is a chaser. Every time I see him versing him, that's the one chaser that I'm always afraid to verse.
And you should be,
I
for
appreciate
sure.
it.
Yeah, you
That
should
was
be.
demonstrated today. No, awesome. All right, but Neo, Ilmage, let's start with Neo this time. Neo, any final thoughts on this the tournament as a whole, your team? Any shout outs to Gryffindor, anything like that?
Yeah, shout out to all my Gryffindors. Shout out to actually all the teams, dude. Shout out to all the houses because we've seen some amazing matches. So shout out to everyone who played this tournament. Shout out to the organizers. It's been really fun. We actually planned with the mentor and this jockey to use Harry Potter as Seeker while he was using Draco Malfoy to make it like the movies and shit. And I just feel like it was a very good event to get into that Harry Potter mood. So I'm just thankful for the event and run it back. Let's do it again some other time. And yeah, just thankful for everything and everyone, and amazing team as well, the Lions.
Absolutely. Ilmage, any closing thoughts from you?
Pretty much just echo what Neil said. Shout out to the team, the organizers. It was pretty fun. And then the last thing I want to say is shout out to Rematch. I'll be hopping on that immediately after this. So let's go play some soccer or football. And yeah, thanks for the tournament. It was fun.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Congratulations to both of you guys and the entire Gryffindor team, and to everyone today. Truly great job. I'm going to pass it off to Warbeard here to close out, but thank you for joining us on this day of Quidditch here, and thank you to Blacklake for having me and Hog here, of course, to do the commentating.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for commentating for us.
Absolutely.
Congrats to Gryffindor, Neo, and Lil Mage. That was great final game. Like I said before, like you taking it into overtime against Slytherin. That like what a storybook ending to the tournament. So thanks again for really entertaining games, and to all the other houses, congratulations. You all played great games. We will definitely be doing this again, probably on a monthly basis, based on the turnout. And yeah, so thanks again, everyone, and we will see you next time.
You are ruthless. Yeah, you don't give a damn about what I do. You think you're the coolest. Who would ever wanna be like you? You left my heart in pain. Yeah, you don't have to admit it now. You want me to stay, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You want me to stay, yeah, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You live a high life, limousines through your fantasies. You never knew it, but you were my lifeline. You got me drowning in the sea. You left my heart in pain.